Alright, so there's a 50-50 shot that this transition fails. I'm pretty sure I've hardwired it now so that it actually works, but we'll see, we'll see. Oh, don't worry, I've already scaled it. Okay. Transition worked perfectly fine. Okay, we're in business, we're in business. Alright, alright.
Nice.
First things first, first things first. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Whiskey, the tactical VTuber. Some of you may already know me from my collabs with others or just my own stream. I usually provide gun-related content, tactical content, stuff like that, a little bit of crazy everything. As I said, I do mostly variety streaming, so aside from the tactical games, there is pretty much a bit of everything.
Okay,
But
okay.
that aside, yeah, that's me. Hello.
Alright, fair enough, fair enough. So I'll ask it right out the gate, so why go for the tactical stuff to begin with? What got you interested in anything of that nature? So like full-on military stuff? Was it just cool? What dragged you in?
Honestly said, do you want the long answer or short answer? Because the short answer would be, I just love guns. I love the tactical stuff, and I shoot guns regularly. So when I were thinking about what would be my strong point, like when I thought about what would be my strong point, it definitely had to be either either a dress uniform or just all-out tactical gear.
Okay, okay. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. So a full-on gun nut, alright. Okay, that makes things interesting. I'll have some extra questions down the line for that, I suppose. Anyhow. So what exactly inspired your design then? So go through each of the aspects of your design, because I know your reference sheet was really detailed in the way of just the equipment and gear.
Oh yeah, actually right now I think that I have a work in progress new sheet that's going to go even more in detail.
Oh
Actually,
god.
did I send you that one, or did I send you the Mark II or the Mark I?
Oh, I only just grabbed the one that was on your Twitter, honestly.
Oh yeah, okay, so there is actually Mark II and Mark I character sheet, which is honestly said just a Google Doc reference document, which adds a little bit more information for artists who want to know, and the Mark II goes so much into detail that it actually lists like where I have the pouches on the plate carrier, the exact type of the plate carrier and the belt.
God
Pretty
damn.
much going down to the type of the tactical watch I'm wearing, or the holster model, the boot model.
Jesus.
So, yeah, I can go quite into detail when it comes to that.
Okay. In that case, I've got to ask, how much of the gear do you actually own then?
Well, the one thing from my new loadout which I do not have is naturally this specific type of gun, because this type of gun is not available yet on the civilian market. I do have the 5.56 version of this gun.
Okay.
In semi-auto, which is the Civi version. The CZ Brand 2 BR they did not make a semi-auto version yet for some reason, so I will repeat it again if anyone from the CZ company is watching this. The civilian market is definitely interested in your fucking gun in 7.62 NATO. Please.
Fair enough.
Other than that, the new plate carrier, which is the newest one, which is not yet on my Live 2D model, but in some art. That's my most recent plate carrier acquisition. The watch is scheduled to arrive at some point, because I were changing watches recently.
Okay.
And pretty much the setup I have is what I have in real life, pretty much. That's my gear preference and what I really like. Originally, though, it was a little bit different when I first debuted, because that was gear that specifically was in Tarkov.
Oh my. Okay. Let's see, so Tarkov, goddamn, that game, I will probably get into further detail with it a bit later on, but my experience with
it's
that...
a love-hate relationship with that game.
Yeah, my experience with that is a full-on love-hate relationship to the point where when I was still in games journalism, at one point, I wrote a bloody article about it, so yeah, that was a fun time, Apparently the devs read that article, so I was just like, Jesus Christ, that was a tiny publication and the guys found it. Anyway. So, I may as well ask, so, what got you into all of this military stuff to begin with? So, like, what was the very first thing?
Honestly said, this one might be a little bit funny, but essentially, when it comes to pretty much the family of my mother, her brother has only boys as kids. It's family which has only little damn devils. So my cousins were all dudes, and whenever we hanged out a lot, especially when we went out to the nature. The same way, like, my family didn't really invest much in electronics, so all of the electronics I got were hand-me-downs from my cousins.
Okay.
And I'd say that's what got me into strategy games, military games, and stuff like that. And the second thing would probably be Stargate.
Oh, Stargate. Oh.
Stargate was probably... Stargate and MASH. Those were like the two
MASH.
shows which my family just fucking loved, so Small Whiskey watched this on the TV all the fucking time.
I see. Because, let's see, over here in Australia, MASH always played at exactly 4 PM on free-to-air TV on a certain channel, so every time it got to a certain point, it'd just be like, oh, yeah, MASH is playing, okay. Alright, let's see what the hell is going on here.
Yeah, it was the kind of same for me with MASH and Stargate. Both shows were kind of airing, like, at the time when they were airing, at the time when I were free. So I kind of just watched that, and whenever Small Whiskey was outside, she was running around with a plank, pretending the plank is a P90, fighting the Jaffa, and pretending to be Samantha Carter.
Ooh. Not bad. Alright.
That's what got me into guns first, pretty much very early on, and after that the rabbit hole only went deeper with, well, shooting guns, getting through some more deeper into guns, which I can't exactly go into details.
No, that's fine.
But that's pretty much what got my initial interest into guns, and after that it only got deeper and deeper.
Okay. Because, like, myself, I've never shot a firearm before. Australia kind of just has, really goddamn strict laws on that kind of stuff.
It.
Yeah.
I heard pretty much every single Australian friend complain, and Remy complained enough for all of them combined too.
Oh, the time I heard Remy complain about that was a time. Good lord.
I believe that now you are familiar with the terms gel soft.
Yeah, quite familiar. The cunt drove through a fucking storm just to go up and play gel soft. Like, bloody hell. That guy. Like, honestly, gun safety, it's fine. It's just out in the countryside. Yeah, we get some pretty nasty stuff that you may actually want a firearm for.
No, yeah, I mean, you're pretty much the country of origin of the Zerg and, Tyranids from 40k, so you would definitely want a gun.
Yeah, we've had to fight emus before. Fighting emus was a interesting time. What was it, like,
and you lost.
Yeah, we lost. It was like 2 Lewis guns mounted on the back of utes, and they fired into the crowd of emus. The emus dispersed. The emus still won the war by achieving a tactical victory.
I mean, didn't the squad of soldiers which was responsible for that just return to the high command and they said we suffered no casualties?
We suffered no casualties, the emus still won. So we started the second war, and the second war was instead more of a freelance affair. It was contracting a bunch of hunters from all over the place, and people who bought in like emu pelts and whatnot were paid generously for it. We still lost that war because the emus remained a pest afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like Aussie government didn't really have enough money to pay for all the emus.
Yeah, God no. That was, let's see, I think that was either in the Northern Territories or towards the center somewhere. Northern Territories, I think.
Honestly, that feels like the only way to get through the emus would probably be to turn it into an attraction like hawk hunting in Texas. Let people use the damn helicopters.
No, the other thing the other ongoing war that we are kind of losing, well, we are very much losing, is the war on rabbits.
Damn.
It's the one that people don't talk about because it's the most disappointing one. So imagine you develop like a chemical weapon to fight something. Like full on, you're just like, okay, we're going to invent a virus which is going to eradicate all of these rabbits. You get through about 80% of the rabbits and suddenly they're immune. So what do rabbits do? Rabbits do what rabbits do best.
Repopulate.
Yes. So you develop a second virus. Only this time, the virus causes like some severe hemorrhaging or something, so it's quite a grisly affair. And you get through about 99% of the rabbits this time.
They get immune.
They get immune, so they start repopulating. So what do? You make a third virus. This one gets through about 80-something% of the population once again, and they're immune. Only this time you've got the backup. They stopped losing immunity. They stopped having immunity to the first virus. You start employing the first virus again, and the cycle continues. We are still losing this war.
Honestly said, I feel like in do you know Monty Python?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the rabbit there?
Oh.
I think that you see the virus usage against rabbit population in Australia is backstory of that rabbit, probably. You're just developing a rabbit super weapon.
Oh god. That rabbit just like jumped like 3 or 4 knights immediately, and it took a bloody holy hand grenade to finish off.
I know, right?
Like, bruh, that was one hell of a tough rabbit. Anyhow.
Yeah, when it comes to like airsoft and military sport in Eastern Europe and generally in Europe, it's way more free than Australia. And honestly said, if you just want to play with real guns, just sign up for active military reserves in the country which you are in.
Oh, okay.
Problem solved. You even get to play with the giggle switch.
Jeez. Fair enough. Because, yeah, if it's for myself, when I started getting interested in kind of military stuff, I was at a young enough age where it was like a cousin just being like, hey, look at this game. This game is called Counter-Strike. Look at all these guns, which are totally not named after real guns in the world. Yeah, this gun totally exists. And yeah, from there it was just a whole bunch of, oh, this thing's cool. Oh, I liked using this thing. Oh, delves into the history. Looks into the fact of where all the guns come from, what they actually did in history, blah blah blah. And I think the one that
do you prefer
probably...
AR pattern rifles or short stroke gas piston?
Just give me an AR. Actually, ideally, give me any kind of bullpup. Or bull-up. Anyway.
Oh no.
Look, buddy, look, when your military standard rifle is a freaking Stayer AUG, you know, you gotta represent somehow. You gotta represent.
I mean, that's fair. When it comes to bullpups, the AUG is pretty good.
Like, that one's just, you know, it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean, honestly said, I guess it's also a lot about training, because honestly said, if you're training with the bullpup, you probably know the tricks to reload it a little bit faster. I personally got trained on a conventional rifle, so the bullpup, all the bullpups I ever tried felt incredibly awkward to me.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Like, the system is just weird. Like, it's... Yeah, it would just be very, very different. But yeah.
Yeah, it was... Though there is actually a bullpup I'm really interested in, which I want to try at some point in the future. It's the AK bullpup, which the Ukrainians made for their special forces. I find that one incredibly fascinating.
Oh, okay. What particular part of it?
Honestly said, what the Ukrainians did is incredibly clever. They essentially did the same thing which Finns did before World War II. They took Russian guns and refurbished them, pretty much improved on every single aspect of them. Just pretty much, they used salvaged Mosin rifles, improved them, and used those.
I see.
What the Ukrainians did is pretty much the same. They took old AK rifles and put them into a new polymer frame. And the hilarious part is, there is kind of a point of comparison. When you look at the, I think it's called Malyuk. I need to make sure I don't remember. Yes, I remembered it correctly. So when you look on the Malyuk, it's pretty much an AK action slammed into a polymer frame. And essentially, that was very, very cheap to produce a modern rifle which actually held 0.
Okay.
From what I've heard. And then they could spend the money which they saved with that on actually putting stuff on the gun. While on the opposite side, you see the Russians with their AK-12, which is a story of its own.
Fair enough. Alright. In which case, I may as well ask, so the gun on your model, go through that. Why this specific one?
Well, so the first gun I ever had on my model was essentially the little brother of this gun.
Okay.
It was the 5.56 version of this gun, the CZ Bren 2.
Okay.
In 5.56. To be specific, the short-barreled version, which Americans can't touch because it would be a felony.
Fair enough.
But yeah, honestly said, I know all of the drawbacks of having a battle rifle in a larger cartridge, again carrying less ammo, heavier rifle, more kick and everything. But I were always fucking fascinated by battle rifles, so...
Okay.
I pretty much just wanted the battle rifle version of this for so long, and I couldn't get it in real life, so I just went for it with my model.
You know what? Fair enough. Because, yeah. May as well. Like, okay. The thing that surprised me, particularly when it came to your model, at least at first, was when I looked into the stuff behind it. The artist, I was like, okay, nice, they can draw some real tactical looking stuff. Then I saw the rigger, I was like, Ham. Oh, I know this guy. I do know this guy. Because, yes, my particular model is from the lot known as Patella, or Patella Coupe. I'm joined up with them, and yeah, they're the rigger over there, so... So, hi.
Hamu is very good rigger. My model does need some updates in the future, but again, that's in the future. But when it comes to this, my model was actually the second model he ever rigged.
Wow, okay.
He did some re-rigs later, so definitely there is a lot of improvements. But I still remember, before my debut, how much of a pain he had with the helmet here.
Specifically the helmet, huh?
Specifically the helmet, because that was the first time he rigged the helmet, and after he rigged my helmet, he just flat out raised prices for objects like this.
Yeah, because looking at that, it's like, goddamn, okay.
Yeah, this is the most detailed part of my model, honestly, the helmet. It like definitely needs some updates, because the helmet is pretty much the original rigging from my Mark 1 model.
Oh.
But yeah, essentially, when we were rigging the helmet, we found out that when we started rigging it, that, oh no, it doesn't look good if we do this and that. We need to draw this part and re-rig this part and re-rig this part.
Yeah, because the current version of it now, looking at it, I'm just like, that is very 3D looking. I'm just like, oh wow. Because
Yep.
The thing I know Ham for is just being able to do like the very military style stuff really well. So just that particular look.
Yeah, I'm pretty much responsible for that.
Okay. Go figure at this point. Because apart from that, I think I remember seeing like works in progress of like, what's it called? Your headphones over there.
Oh yeah, those started way more simple. Right now they are way more detailed, but yeah. The contacts are part of the model definitely. And this time I can actually take them off after the updates.
Oh, nice. Good stuff. But yeah, that's what I knew Ham for. Military stuff, and then they showed off all of their other fancy rigging as well, so hi. Interesting to note that you were the second one, and probably the reason why all of the military stuff cropped up from that fella.
I mean, purely technically, his first model was also semi-military, because that was the Tarkov Lolly.
I see. You know,
but yeah.
Fair enough. Anyhow.
That one had the Soviet penis helmet, which was probably much easier to rig.
I see. Alright. Anyhow. So, why get into VTubing specifically, if you don't mind me asking? So, you could have been any kind of content creator. You probably could have been something similar to FPS Russia if you wanted to be. Why VTubing?
That's an interesting question. If I told you that I've been a massive introvert with sociophobia and, fear of crowds, would you believe me?
Yeah, I'd be able to believe that. After all, that was me for a while, and then, yeah, university days kind of rolled around and I just didn't have a choice but to adapt.
I'd get deeper into it, but honestly said, I always that's another fucking rabbit hole of the past, but I also love role-playing.
Okay.
D&D. I got into D&D a long time ago. And I suffered the forever DM role.
Same to be honest. I've been a player in a total of maybe 2 or 3 games in my time playing D&D. Every other game I've just DM'd.
It's like, you gather a group of players, so who wants to DM? Crickets, everyone is too fucking bottom to step up, so you need to go and do it yourself.
Like, honestly, being a DM's fun though, like, you...
Oh, it is.
Like, you're not stuck playing the one character, you get to roleplay the entire cast of characters.
And that is unless your players become incredibly horny for that one Dryad NPC and they try to get back to her all the time, and you're like, no, I only grabbed a random ass picture and just made this NPC to give them a hint when they were being stupid. Why are you returning there? Stop, the Dryad is not important.
Oh god, okay.
The party's like, we could uncover the hidden story.
Christ, that's just like the bard which, looks around for something to tap, basically.
Yeah. But
believe me,
funnily enough, in this case, it wasn't even the bard.
Oh god, was it the sorcerer? Warlock?
It was the entire party.
Oh.
The entire party gunning for that one Dryad. They just unanimously just agreed to keep going back to the Dryad, and I were just suffering because she was supposed to drop them one hint, heal their HP, and send them off. And in my mind, with that beginning party, I were like, yeah, that's gonna be all that's gonna happen. Perfect master plan. And then they just kept returning, and she was supposed to essentially they got into a dream world, a haunted house, and the Dryad was a subzone of that where they could recover for one session. And she was supposed to be never seen again. And they kept fucking asking how to get back to her after ending that arc. I had to homebrew an entire subquest just so that just to satisfy their curiosity, and they kept coming back again, and I were like, no, stop.
Oh god, because yeah, for me that's kind of like when, like, you know, when you start a fresh RPG, for example, and there's just that one NPC in like the hometown that you really like, that you keep revisiting them over and over again, only nothing changes about them. And there's nothing written in the game's code to ever change about them. Yeah, that's what that's like. That's what that's like. Good god. Good god.
I mean, if Goblin Slayer was a RPG which people could actually play, you could fucking bet that people would make, like, you know, mods to add more content to the Guild Lady.
Oh, yeah, definitely add more content there. Yeah. The amount of fan material that has been made on that kind of stuff. Oh boy, I've seen some pretty ridiculous copy pastas even. Oh god.
Oh god, copy pasta.
Not just copy pastas, plenty of green texts. Oh boy. There are certain boards which are a magical place which I refuse to revisit to this day. Anyhow. May as well hop right into it then, so... What's your choice of games these days like? You did mention at the start you preferred the more tactical affair, so what constitutes the more tactical affair then?
Honestly said, Arma and Tarkov are pretty much at the core.
Okay.
I like those kind of games. Like, Tarkov is pretty much gun porn the game. There is pretty much no other game where you can just satisfy that. But when it comes to like tactical team shooters, I really, really like those stuff like Squad. Let me say, Ready or Not.
Okay.
Stuff like that. Really, there is many that I really, really enjoyed, but the one that I really keep coming back to is Tarkov in its own, you know, weird way of getting people back into it.
Oh boy. Me, I was lucky enough to jump off the Tarkov train and not return, because then I just ended up playing Hunt instead, and Hunt fills that particular itch. But there is still something about Tarkov when it comes to that customization. Good god.
Yeah.
Good god.
In Hunt, I honestly miss customization.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, Hunt has also that, like... Honestly said, like, when you think about it, Hunt is the one where your character gets more... if anything, it gets like more impacted by the skills and the perks you unlock by leveling up that particular character. But hilariously enough, I feel like in Hunt, where it should be giving you more benefits, it impacts the game less than just grinding through the skills in Tarkov, which... Oh
god.
That's like, if there was a bunch of things to change in Tarkov, it would be the armor system, ammo systems, and the skill and perk system. That's the three things which I would just absolutely rip apart and change.
So half the damn game. Okay. Got it.
I wouldn't say half the damn game, honestly. I wouldn't say it's that much. Like, all of those mechanics are kind of funky, kind of neat.
Yeah, they're kind of more in the background, but you feel the impact later on, is the thing.
Yeah. I mean, honestly said, I don't think you even feel it later on. You feel it immediately after the first players grind through it. Like the first big group of chads just cheeses through the game by filling one doc's case with like 20 car manuals and then sprinting over the map back and forth, crawling through barbed wire to injure themselves just to level up faster. I despise that. I despise that so much.
The full-on metagaming, yeah. I don't know. On like day one of a wipe, my concern isn't leveling up my skills. My concern is usually trying to fulfill the mission so I can actually buy stuff.
I love day one of the wipe. You just take like a budget loadout, you go to customs and just start hunting newbies.
Oh god, yeah, when you see people running around with a hatchet, you're like, walking dog tag.
I wouldn't actually call it walking dog tag. You need to first shoot off their legs and make them understand their sins against the Tarkov community. Let them heal, shoot their legs off again, let them crawl to the extract and execute them right before it.
Oh my god. That much hate against hatchlings. Okay, okay.
Yes. I mean, when you think about it, hatchlings is the reason why you can never get your quest item, like the graphic cards on interchange.
Oh. Oh yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Or like, you know, reserve, why every single fucking good loot area is looted before you can get there, because, you know, you have a decent loadout and average skills. Hatchlings just have all of the survival damage resistant skills leveled up to max. Sprinting leveled up, endurance leveled up, so they just zoom over the map in their drug-fueled rage, grab it, and if you shoot them, they often fucking survive for a while.
Oh god. Okay, so my experience of reserves in general is I go to the computer room. Someone left the window open. I see. Immediately get domed, and odds are, maybe half an hour into the raid, that guy comes around, picks up my body, goes and grabs the graphics cards and fucks off. That's my experience with reserves for the main part.
My experience with reserve is scavving in and killing raiders, grabbing the raider gear, extracting and running my PMC again.
Oh god, like, reserves is fun if you're a scav. Reserves is painful if you're a PMC.
Oh, absolutely.
Because, yeah.
As you said, if you're going in as a PMC, you probably, odds are you are either a big group or a sniper filth, which is going to camp one spot the entire match.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Or you're probably running with a pistol just to gear up.
Oh, yeah.
And not risk much.
Fair enough, like...
Or, you know, basic scav gear, because honestly said, I just don't get pistolings and hatchlings that much, like, unless you are just stash running on one particular map with a pistol. I feel like it's not that hard, not that big of a deal to get, like, a basic kit which is going to raise your survivability a lot, like... You need, like, what, 100-ish K rubles or one scav extract to get class 4 armor, a 7.62 by 39 gun shooting PS that's going to fuck up people. Or something like a Vepr Hunter if you want to.
Oh yeah, Vepr's
commit
nice.
Crimes against humanity.
A Vepr is a nice gun.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's the Scar H at home.
Honestly, like, what I remember most was either a Vepr or just dragging out a Mosin and just waiting for someone to peek the wrong corner.
Yeah. But, like, yeah, if Tarkov had, like, you know, armor performance squish, ammo performance squish, skill squish, it would be pretty much the perfect game.
Huh. Okay. Because, yeah.
I love the inertia system. I kind of like the karma. When people are not fucking abusing it.
Yeah, like, Tarkov has a lot of very funky concepts in there. That it's like, you can tell what the devs were going for. They may not have quite finished the concept yet, though. A lot of the time.
To be fair, when I look at any game, I kind of need to forgive a little bit of wackiness and bias to the devs in any concept, simply because when you think about it, every TTRPG, which is like modern guns related, or even not modern guns related, like every single thing has biases of the author written all over it in thick letters and stealthy ways of making their favorite build work.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, let's see, easiest example I can probably pull up is just, let's see, straight up Dungeons and Dragons. Like, Fireball is still ridiculously overpowered for the level just because the devs want it to be, and that's about it.
Oh, I mean, Fireball is the meme.
Yeah, like, it's meant to be there because the devs...
I'd say that if there is, like, you know, If I had to call anything in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition fetish of the dev team, it's the entirety of the monk and artificer class.
Really? Monk? Oh, I can say that. Oh god, I can say that. Yeah. Artificer...
And when it comes to Artificer, it's one particular subclass which is just ridiculously busted, which is the Artillerist.
Oh god.
It's like, yes, let's give you this turret, which is, doesn't cost you a spell slot, doesn't cost you anything, and it does the same damage as a guiding bolt, and it pushes people back. I personally enjoy the first 6 levels of D&D the most.
Oh,
like the
really?
kind of low fantasy setting.
Okay. No, that makes sense, yeah.
I don't enjoy the epic fantasy that much. It is fun from time to time, but it's not something I would go for most of the time.
Because let's see.
So the balance of the first 6 levels is what matters to me the most in Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah, because the thing is, beyond like level 5, the game breaks very easily. Like when you get past level 5, that's when people can metagame really hard and do a lot of bullshit. Like really quickly. And say, as an easy example for like low fantasy settings, or let's say low to mid, I would say, not quite crapsack, but low to mid fantasy that is still accomplishable within like the first 5 levels of D&D. Just one look at Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, at most, a good chunk of the characters only hit like level 3 in D&D if you were to transfer them over.
Yes, the paper Gandalf was a level 5 wizard.
At best, he was probably
Was it level 6 wizard?
At best, he was probably level
like
5, I think. Yeah, because 5 is when you get access to 3rd levels and whatnot.
Yeah, there is the E6 rule set, which is personally something I really, really like.
Oh, okay. Because, a majority of D&D sessions, or like campaigns, will die after about the first month. People play maybe 4 sessions, 5 sessions, and then it just dies cold turkey because people can't make time to do that kind of commitment.
Scheduling hell.
So
I think the longest running campaign I ran as a dungeon master lasted 4 years.
God damn. Like my longest was my most recent one, and that one was about 1.5 years. And I just finished that one last month on stream, I think. Yeah, just last month.
Oh, nice. So you streamed D&D?
Yeah, it was interesting, because how does one put it? As a DM, I am very rules light. Like, if you were to compare a good chunk of the stuff that the players were doing against the handbook or the manual, yeah, not exactly the most plausible.
I mean, if you ever want to drag me into more stuff, offering me a spot in the Dungeons and Dragons group is always a way to fucking play to my addictions.
I'll keep that in mind, actually, if you want to be, because you did mention you went through DM hell, so, you know what?
Oh, yeah. I'm having so much... sorry for interrupting you.
No, go for it,
I'm having so much fun right now. I joined Zoran the Bear's group.
Oh shit. Okay, fair enough.
There is 2 VODs from the session 0 and session 0.5, pretty much, on his YouTube channel now. And we went through Pathfinder to beginner box.
Oof. Okay.
And we survived. To be fair, it was kind of tough at the dragon, but yeah, we survived.
Anytime I say something like TRPG related and Zoran's involved, I'm just like, God damn. Man knows how to do his stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep. Then I saw him going down the Battletech rabbit hole, and I was like, oh, this is a man after my own heart. I see.
Yeah, Battletech. Nice.
Yep. Honestly, I don't know when Battletech grabbed me, but it was just, big stompy robots, and yeah. Big stompy robots are definitely a way of life, I say as I look over at the couple of mechs that I've got lying around in a box over there. Yep. There are 2 BattleTech boxes just sitting over there. I should really paint those models at some point.
Yes, model painting. That reminds me, I need to get back to warship model painting.
Warships. Oh, nice. Wait, what era of warships then in that case?
Honestly said, I like World War II and honestly said modern, like World War II and after it the most.
Okay. Alright, makes sense.
I am presently working on. It's a little bit frozen right now, simply because of how busy my schedule was. But there is going to be a big project in the future with many people involved in it, which is going to be pretty much like a Cold War era tabletop.
Oh, wow.
People will see eventually. I think there was like a little spoiler posted, and I think that I brought up a little bit on my streams.
Huh. Okay, because Cold War era, I can't say that's the most explored on the tabletop. Like,
it absolutely isn't.
Like, most people go for, like, the classic theaters and whatnot, or, like, the really big ones, or very public ones. Like, you know, you get people which want to do World War I, people that want to do World War II, Vietnam War. But Cold War and the Korean War are those 2 that are kind of shoved in the middle somewhere that no one really wants to touch.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually really interesting because when you think about it, early Cold War is pretty much World War II plus.
Oh yeah.
In many ways. And then later Cold War is just kind of like lead version of modern war.
Oh god, I'm gonna say there was a time in university where I needed to fill up some units, pretty much. Like, it was like, okay, I want to graduate. What do I need to do? Okay, I need to take a second year unit at some point. What are the available second year units I can take? What's this one? Oh, Modern Warfare. Huh. They're gonna teach us about Modern Warfare in one class. I don't know about that one, buddy. You know what? Let's take it. Let's see what happens. It was a shit show, I'll be honest, but yeah. There were a lot more people that were completely ignorant of war than I expected. There were people in that class that denied the Holocaust even happened, and that was funky. Oh no, it wasn't for like the typical reasons. It wasn't like there wasn't enough ovens or there wasn't enough blah blah blah. No, it was people denying the Holocaust happened because it was impossible from like an ethics standpoint, or there was no way that people were that cruel. So I'm just like, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me?
Me, European, literally walking through museums about it, seeing the marks of our history, to put it lightly, everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy, I don't think you can deny that part.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like, buddy, there's way too much evidence out there that there is no way in hell this event did not happen. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, people just didn't understand the basic concepts of warfare. It was a level 2 course, so it was meant to be for like second year students, but it was treated like a 101 course. I'm just like, this is a specific level of pain.
When it comes to people denying Holocaust, you can find them in Europe too, in Britain.
Oh dear.
Or well, ex-Europe, I guess, since UK wants nothing more than to just, like, you know, add an engine to their island and just drift off into the Atlantic.
Hey, to be fair, the mainland can leave, but, you know, the Scots, the Irish, maybe even the Welsh.
Yeah, leave those in Europe.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining suddenly you'll have like a string of fantasy-looking islands, like add Doggerland, leave Scotland there, leave Wales like its own island, Cornwall. And hey, it will solve the fishing problem with the French.
Yeah, definitely would. You know, the quote-unquote English Channel will no longer be, you know, contested.
To be fair, it should never be called the English Channel. That's just them fucking claiming it because it's in their language. In other European languages, there is no English in there.
Yeah. That's why I was like, yeah, quote-unquote, it's English to them because they are English.
Like, you know, England goes like, hey, we own the English channel. And I'm like, it's Het Kanaal, you reprobate.
I see. I see. Fair enough, though. Fair enough. But yeah, Cold War, huh? Cold War. What I can imagine.
It's interesting.
What I can imagine for Cold War is if it was in a TTRPG, it wouldn't necessarily be as much combat. I would think I'd be thinking more political maneuvering or espionage, even rather.
Oh, it could be absolutely a spy game. This is gonna, or if warfare, it would be way bigger scale, and I'd say less RPG, more like well, you will see.
Like, because yeah, then the next thing that comes to mind would probably be something like.
I need to stop myself from spoilering.
Don't mind it. Like, I'd see it maybe as stuff like Risk, potentially. Like, you know, that board game. Drop nukes on your mates. That would be the other angle I could potentially see it as.
Imagine Risk with politics.
Yeah.
And more detailed rules.
Oh, yeah. Like, the thing is, if you go onto that kind of large-scale theater, I think I've seen a couple of rule sets out there that are tailored for that kind of stuff. Funny enough, like, Battletech's RPG has actually tailored for that level of scale here and there. Like, Battletech is weird as a tabletop RPG. It's very hard to get into, needlessly hard to get into, because you have the character layer, so like the pilot layer, you have the mech layer, you have the strategy layers, like the kind of, how does one put it, factions at war kind of affair. And then you pretty much just have the interstellar layer, and it's like, you can pick and choose how many of these you want to run, but the more you run, the longer this session is going to take.
Yes. Hey guys, free up the entire day, get food in advance, we're running Battletech, you'll see your families in a week.
This half reminds me of when I used to be part of a 40k group on the regular, and it would be like, alright boys, Thursday, you guys free? We're starting at 12.
I think that the longest, when it came to tabletops, the longest ever session I've ever had, it was like multi-day thing with people from the university running general quarters free.
Oh god.
World War II naval tabletop, and we went with fleets, with actual fleets, and we went with essentially one group is the high command. People pretty much went being commanders of different naval groups, and we were pretty much going through the Norway campaign and the Northern Atlantic campaign.
Oh, okay.
And it was really, really funny, but I feel like one side definitely had an advantage because getting into carrier stuff was incredibly complex because of how the planes worked. And I were the only one willing to read the rulebook for that, because that would mean instead of being just like, you know, responsible for a small group of destroyers, I could take over all of my faction's carriers.
I see. Like, the thing is, when you read about carrier warfare, like the infancy of it and then how it develops from there, it's just like...
It's incredibly fascinating.
Yeah, like, it's insane just how much that changed the face of war. It was like, or naval warfare. Like, let's see. So there was one time that I read through, like, the memoirs of a destroyer captain at one point. It was Tamichi Hara, so the captain of, like, the Shigure, Amatsukaze, etc. Yeah. That guy was there from the start of the war all the way up till the freaking final operation on the Pacific Theater. It was just like, bruh. He got to witness everything from, like, you know, tiny little destroyer skirmishes all the way up to, yes, I am watching the Yamato sink from a distance. Goodbye, Japan's hopes and dreams.
GG.
Yeah, like, he was...
Hey, I have, like, you know, the perfect idea to fucking win the war against America. Let's build this super ship and never take it to battle.
Like, the funny thing with all of that is they built so many super weapons and whatnot, and it was just like, oh, yeah, we need these for the later stages of the war. It's not like we crippled the entire American military complex and we could take advantage of it right now. No. We need these in the next 4 years. They proceed to get a reverse Pearl Harbor done to them, and they lose 90% of those bloody assets in one bombing run, so... You know,
Good job.
Japan, not the smartest when it comes to waging war.
To be fair, when it comes to building super ships, it's pretty much always a mistake when you think about it. Like the best example is naturally Japan, because they actually finished building them.
They actually finished the bloody Yamato.
Yamato, Musashi, and Shinano.
Yeah,
with Shinano becoming a suicide weapon carrier.
Oh.
That gloriously sank to a submarine on its first voyage.
Yep.
The thing is, when you think about what they could have built instead, if they built, like, let's say, if they scaled it down a lot and just built fast battleships like the like the Iowa class.
Oh yeah. Like FBBs would have been the better way to go, or just more carriers, honestly.
Or just honestly said, they didn't have to even go that big. They really needed a carrier escorts, if anything, and short bombardment support. For that, something at the size of Congo but modern with triple gun turrets would be perfectly effective.
Yeah, like fast BB, perfectly fine. Like more battle cruiser than full scale battleship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like they could have done
the same
perfectly
thing,
fine there, but yeah, they wanted to build
buildings.
Yeah.
Super ships dooming the entirety of the Navy to a minor role is also a thing which happened on the Allied side with the Soviets.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Which also, like, sends every single Rushaboo into a crying, red-faced rage of it was perfectly plausible and more plausible than other nation super ships because they are actually named. Which doesn't mean anything because the Soviets named their ships before launch.
Yeah,
like the only nation that did that.
Like that was like, yes, yeah, my fleet is made out of paper boats. How could you tell?
I find the more hilarious part the fact that they didn't even produce enough armor steel for the keel of one of those ships, but they thought that they can build 7 of them or 6 or something like that.
Jesus Christ.
And out of the armor steel which they actually produced, they had to send some back to the factory because it was flawed.
Ouch. So there was manufacturing flaws to boot.
I can tell you more about that later because it was a hell of a fucking shit show, honestly.
Oh yeah, sure. Like naval.
It was
naval
failure
history...
upon failure upon failure.
Yeah, naval history is my jam for the most part. Like Pacific Theater is one that I like a heck of a lot. And then beyond that, everything pertaining to the bloody Bismarck.
How do you feel about one of Australia's biggest ships being sunk by a merchant ship?
We don't talk about that. we also don't talk about our modern naval decisions either. God fucking damn it, why are we investing in subs and frigates? God fucking damn it. Anyway. Hi. But yeah, getting all that on the tabletop though, and running that all over, say, multiple days. And like one hell of a session, honestly.
Oh, it was. But I feel like the Allied carrier commander was a little bit, salty that his carrier sank to a bloody German carrier.
Oh my god. Like,
he didn't read the recon rules and failed at them. That was his own fault.
Oh, he failed. Oh no. I was gonna say, like, reconnaissance during naval warfare was the most important thing by far. Like, it was reason why radars just ended up being stupidly powerful and revolutionary.
Oh yeah.
Was just, I can detect you this much further out, and I can maneuver accordingly to your blind spot. Meanwhile, you're working off like a day-old intel. It's like,
honestly said, launching half of your aircraft from a carrier to accurately strike an enemy you know will be there is way better than just, after spending half of your aircraft complement to actually keep the scouting up and, monitor the enemy, ghost them.
oh yeah.
is way better than just like, launching a fully packed airstrike into a place where the enemy fleet used to be 2 hours ago.
Because the thing is, then the pilots then have to make that decision. Do we have the range to keep going? We don't have the range to keep going? Are we willing to do a suicide attack? No, we're going back home, boys.
Which, in case of Britain and Germany, is kind of hilarious because, like, neither faction really their early carrier aircraft. It's actually kind of fascinating. On one side, you have brutal mismanagement. On the other side, you have political incompetence. Actually, you have brutal mismanagement and brutal incompetence on both sides, now that I think about it, but...
For me, I laugh at the fact that the swordfish was a thing, and then the Stuka was a thing. So it's just Yeah.
Honestly said, even bigger joke is the Seafire.
Oh? Oh god, like, there are certain parts where it's just like, Jesus Christ, why? Why?
I just feel like the British Admiralty, the German Admiralty, both of those need to be chased into one classroom, and you need to tell them, short-ranged interceptors do not belong on ship 100 times.
Like, as like, yeah, definitely not is the thing. Like,
Mr. Churchill, I don't think that the Spitfire is suited for carrier warfare due to its short range. Bollocks! It's good enough for intercepting the Messerschmitts over our beautiful island. It's good enough on our carriers too.
Oh my god.
And then you just give them like, give him like the bruh kind of look.
Like the thing is, you compare the two anti-aircraft doctrines in the Pacific, for example. Like, Japan's doctrine was just, yes, evasive maneuvers and escort flight. Surely that's what we need, right? We can't launch planes at the same time. Shit, we can't launch planes at the same time. Looked at the American style instead. Let's just add more DACA. Let's add more DACA.
More DACA and effective cap.
Yeah. Like, and you see which one came out in the end. Just freaking
Meanwhile,
hell.
you look at Britain and they go like, our secret anti-aircraft weapon is going to be a landmine, which is launched by a rocket, which is on a wire, which the Axis aircraft will totally fly through the wire and drag the mine to hit the aircraft.
Wait, that was a thing? What the?
Yes, that's the rocket AA on the hood.
Oh my god.
This weapon was first presented to Churchill because this was a thing in both Axis powers and Britain. Skipping all of your superiors to go to a politician to present your super weapon idea to them. And Churchill looks at this weapon and goes like, you know what, this is great idea. And then when they were presenting the new weapon with like, fake charges to test it out, at the presentation in front of hundreds of people, the wind changed direction, and the mines got entangled in the ship's rigging, damaging the ship and sending it to dockyard for repairs. And the funny part is, while all of the Admiralty was laughing at Churchill and his weapon, he decided that it's gonna go into the production anyways and put it on Hood.
Fucking Hood. Just, bruh.
The Hood was a religion.
Oh my god. There's a certain kind of misery there. Just, I don't know, in modern day war, if weapons got passed through politics still, oh boy. I remember the last time a weapon or a defense system was claimed to be as impenetrable as it was supposed to be. Oh boy, your bloody Iron Dome didn't mean very much. Oh god. But anyhow. Naval warfare. Just watching all the early developments in that kind of thing and just seeing how carriers just changed everything. That was wild. That was freaking wild.
Absolutely.
Anyhow. On to this next one. So, what does content creation mean to you, by the way? Like, I've had people answer this like a philosophical question. I've had people answer this very logically. What does it mean to you?
Honestly said, this is kind of, again, as you said, there is many ways to approach this question. Part of it is honestly said when I at first got into VTubing, or when I were just trying it out with friends, etc, etc. Before I started as Whiskey, I just tried if I will like it, and I really like just seeing people have a good time in the chat. It's kind of ironic considering how your model view looks like and your background, but before that I worked as a barista.
Oh, okay.
So honestly, I kind of like that feel to it. Just like, you know, having a chat, making sure that people have a good time, spending time like that. Just making people happier and, you know, making my part of internet a little bit better place through that. Because honestly, seeing people happy makes you happy too. But that's like, you know, the one part. Also, wow, someone gifted a tier 1 sub to an interesting username in your channel.
I will just say VOD does that quite often. Guy gets pretty creative. I swear he just searches up the name first, finds out if it's an actual username, and then sends it. Just bloody sends it. Hi. Hi. Good fella, Var. Good fella.
Yeah. But yeah, to return to that, another thing, this is a little bit deeper, but...
go on.
Before I started as a VTuber, I feel like there wasn't that much tactical VTubers at all.
Okay.
Like, VTubing with guns and a nationality for your character pretty much wasn't a thing with the bigger VTubers, at least.
Oh, yeah. Getting
so I really wanted to
grounding.
make that... Yeah. So I've seen, like, hey, some of the big VTubers made it acceptable to VTube with loot concepts and stuff like that. If there is anything I want to make it possible for VTubers to truly just pursue any hobby when they VTube, even if it's deemed unacceptable at the time. So I went like, like I could be absolutely certain that if I, at the time when I were beginning, if I applied for any corpo with a character concept that has a gun and a nationality and is somehow connected to military / being a PMC, you can guess what the answer would be.
Yeah.
And when I was starting out, I actually got some hate mail for picking a model like this.
Really?
How dare you damage pure and innocent VTubing with some upside down to counter the Australian signal.
Router upside down, buddy. We may be upside down, but I'm pretty sure waves move in the same way.
Nah, nonsense. When they are passing around the planet, they turn upside down. You need to turn your router upside down to fix that.
Alright. We'll install a phase inversion system. We'll run it through that. We'll see what happens.
Nice.
Okay, you know what? I have like a pair of antennas here. I'm just gonna bend them If the signal changes based on that, I'm going to laugh. Because, okay, the dodgiest thing I've done before is normally to get good signal, you have to put antennas in like a V shape, pretty much. That way the bands don't conflict and whatnot. I stood them up straight and the connection got better, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is not how connectivity works. Why is this working? What kind of Aussie space magic is going on here? Just, oh boy.
I mean, that's like, you know, the hilarious thing with some pistols. It's like, hey buddy, that magazine's not gonna fit. What? Why does that fit?
Oh god, nah. When it comes to that kind of stuff, the moment anyone brings up funky stuff with guns, I just say crouch space magic. And that evokes certain things with some people.
G11, I see.
Yep. That thing.
Okay, Luke. If someone told me that there are tiny German dwarfs inside of the G11 with, like, you know, an artillery cannon from 40k, I would trust them. I would 100% trust them.
Like, I don't know what that guy was smoking when he engineered that thing, but good god. That is a fascinating bloody piece.
Someone probably dared him to do it, then he just got drunk with schnapps in his fucking, workshop. Then he summoned Satan to help him with it, and then he created the G11.
That thing needs magic to operate. Good
Absolutely. God. But yeah, where did it cut out? When I said pure and innocent VTubing, probably?
Yeah, exactly at that moment. Pure and innocent, and then the stream just went kaput.
Then they are trying to censor me again!
Oh god.
But yeah, essentially they pretty much blamed me for bringing something as political as guns, which is funnily enough, I believe that guns don't have political alignment. I asked my gun several times, it never answered.
Oh yeah, I believe you on that.
So like, how dare I bring it into VTubing?
Like, honestly, the thing I'd laugh about most is the thing that most VTubers play, well, one of the most common games is bloody Apex, if not Valorant. Like,
that's the funny part.
It's like
that's acceptable because those are imaginary guns. That's
like
the funny part.
Imaginary guns are fine, but actual guns are a no? Bruh.
Yep. That's the hilarious part to me, and I just find it so weird. Like, you're already stepping in the rabbit hole, why not go all the way?
Like, the thing is, like,
if anything...
Yeah, go on.
Getting that hate mail just made me, like, you know, get more resolve to continue with this.
No. Good chunk of people say, you know you've made it when you start getting hate mail.
That's very fair.
Yeah, because for every maybe 100 or so people, there's always going to be that one stickler, which is going to be like, I don't like you, unconditionally. And yeah, as you get larger and larger, that one stickler will drag more sticklers to them, and, you know, maybe you're at 1,000 people, and maybe you have 10 people which hate you. Then you're at like 10,000 people, and you have suddenly 100 people that hate you, or 1,000 people that hate you. Something like
absolutely.
That, anyhow.
Oh god, that reminds me, someone fucking messaged me to inform me that they unfollowed me because I'm Dutch.
Wait, that was it?
Yeah, that was another one. Like, honestly said, originally, when I was starting out, I was so surprised that I were getting no hate mail at all, so getting my first hate mail actually got me really fucking excited.
Oh.
Because I were just like, you know, people are completely silent. Do they all secretly hate me? Am I that bad? And then finally I got hate mail and it was something small like that, so I went like, hurrah, finally, yes!
Oh.
That's kind of a weird reaction, I guess, but yeah. But the whole, sometimes some of the reasons, like when you look online why some people dislike you, or when you look on hate mail, I find it so hilarious reading that sometimes.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, oh boy.
But yeah, if there is anything I just want to achieve through VTubing, literally just by growing bigger, it's for every single hobby a VTuber would want to pursue to be acceptable. Like, I feel like I'm one of the least child-friendly VTubers when it comes to that, to put it bluntly.
Oh, fair enough,
I
fair
mean,
enough.
guns, swearing, alcohol, I'm wondering, I can't get much beyond that, I guess.
Oh, you can get one more step, I guess, but you'll land in my territory instead. But yeah.
I feel like that would be, like, let's stay within the TOS of Twitch.
Because the thing is, if you land in my territory, you go gambling too.
Actually, gambling was part... That's true, like... To be fair, we didn't do gambling in my stream in a long fucking time, when I think about it. We used to do gambling when I first ran Tarkov, like, with my original modal. People were gambling with channel points in my channel to see if I will, live or die in the next raid.
Oh, no, that's fair enough, that's fair enough. Because, yeah, gambling, it's that one place in Twitch that people don't really want to talk about. The fact that people just stream slot machines almost 24/7 and run some sponsored stuff alongside. It's
honestly said,
it's not a major
I don't
deal,
see the
but
difference.
yeah.
Honestly said, I wouldn't see the difference between running slot machines and gambling with, gachas. That's gambling too.
Okay. So, first things first, if you hadn't picked it up by now, my day job is actually a casino dealer. So I deal table games, and yeah. I'm going to say this, gacha is far less ethical than the bloody casino.
Oh, absolutely.
We have standards. We have fucking standards. We pay tax. Like, imagine. Then you say gacha. Gacha, people are pouring endless amounts of money into pixels with a pull rate of less than a single %.
Yeah.
The thing is, at a casino, the rate of going bust if you follow certain strategies is only a bit less than 1%. So you have a 99-point-something% chance of actually making money at the casino if you know exactly how the system works. So that's the difference. Casinos work on a 90% return system, so that they're only taking like 10% off the top of everyone, pretty much. Slot machines are manufactured in such a way that they only take 10% of your money, and they give you back 90% of it. That's how the addiction starts, that's how the addiction stays. Sometimes you get lucky, you leave the slot machine when you're up. 90% of the time, you'll leave and you'll be 10% down. That's just how it functions. Because that's just the programming. That's just how it works.
Honestly said, that's very fascinating. I'd really love to hear more about it at some point.
Yeah, sure. Like, it literally just farms money. That's it. The game I deal the most often is one called Baccarat, and that is overglorified heads or tails. You just deal out 4 cards, maybe some subsequent cards, and whichever side is closer to 9 wins. If you bet on that side, you get paid double or nothing. Very simple game, very simple game. It is a very fast way of getting rich at the casino and a very fast way of getting dirt poor at the casino. However, if you follow certain strategies, you have only a 1% chance of going dirt poor, but if you go dirt poor, you are $30,000 in debt. So, I would not recommend it. Because on that off 1% chance that you do fuck up and manage to lose that many times in a row, yeah, you're screwed. You're entirely screwed. If you're willing to take that risk, though, it is very possible to make money at the casino. Just don't let anyone know I said that.
In before all of your viewers become dirt poor at the casino with $30,000 debt.
Bruh. I'm not going to outline the strategy here, because it's a dumb amount of mathematics, and yeah, I do enough maths at work as it is. Like, some players just put some really dumb bets on the table, and you don't want to work out how to pay those out.
Oh god.
Like, okay. Like, the common odds that I work in are 15 to 1, 11 to 1, 55 to 1, 45 to 1, 22 to 1, 8 to 1, and let's see... Yeah, that about sums it up. Then just 1 to 1 and 0.95 to 1. 0.95 to 1 is by far the worst one to work in. It is... Damn. It is working out in your head how to take 5% off the top of a bet. Eventually you memorize some of the simpler ones, like minimum bet at the table is like $300, so you know that, oh, you're taking $15 off the top, so you pay them out 2 black chips, 3 green chips, 2 red chips. And you kind of monkey brain it that way, because you're like, oh, I do this by color now. I don't have to think about numbers, I just need to remember the colors I need to pick out of the float. But hi.
Honestly said, I can see you enjoying being a dungeon master.
Oh, yeah, like my day job, I like my day job a lot. And then, by extension, D&D just lets me play, like, operate a table with much more fantasy elements than screaming Chinese half the bloody time. Like, Baccarat is a game about building hype. It is a game about full-on speculation and superstition. Realistically, you only have a 50-50 shot of winning. Less than that, even. So... anything people tell you is pure superstition. It is to the point where the casino is built on the bloody harbor in such a way that, how does one say? The harbor flows in to provide extra feng shui. It is facing a certain direction for better feng shui. It is, everything is taken into account for more and more extreme reasons, one after another. And, like, let's see. So there was an incident recently where a certain part of a certain room fell apart, and it was one of the biggest things providing said feng shui in the room. And now one row in that entire room in the casino is never occupied because all of the players are too superstitious to play there.
Oh god.
So if I'm ever rostered to that row, it is basically just... how does one put it? It's like shitposting with the rest of your dealers that are on those tables. It's like, hey mate, anyone come to your table yet? Nope, dead for the last hour. Alright, yep, dead for the last hour. Alright, I'm tapping you off now, mate. So, how was the table? Oh, dead for the last... oh, it's still just the first 6 hands. Did you deal a single hand in the pot? Oh, you didn't. Oh, I see. People really liked that sculpture, huh? Shame that sculpture fell apart. Cause, yeah, it was literally just that case. It was just like, are you kidding me? Are they this ridiculously superstitious to the point where they just won't play there?
There are always, like, parts of the society that are more superstitious than others.
Like, this is the top 5% in terms of, like, economical class. This is the 5% richest people coming down and playing in this particular room, and all of them are superstitious enough to not play on that side.
I mean, you know how there are armed guards on ships,
yeah,
on cargo ships that are going through certain parts of the world seas? Did you know that if you rename your ship twice, nobody will want to work protecting your ship?
Really?
In some areas, you can of course find people in different areas that would be less superstitious. But in some cases, in some harbors, there is superstition. In some countries, there is sailor superstition.
Oh boy.
Also, you see, the funny part is the superstitions tend to fuel themselves. No one ever pays attention if a ship that never got renamed gets sunk. It's just unlucky. But for example, you know the recent, flagship of the Russian fleet that got sunk.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
So, well, that one got renamed.
Oh, okay.
It was originally named the Slava, and it got renamed Moskva.
Oh.
And Moskva sank.
I see.
To Ukrainians.
Oh. Oh god. Also, yeah, there is... There is a dude screaming in my street. Jesus Christ.
I know the feel.
I think he's hopped up on something, probably. I know my neighbors smoke a bit too much weed, but I don't know. This guy.
Holy shit.
This guy's on something.
Kind of funny.
Like, bro.
I hear more about drug use from people in Australia than in the Netherlands where weed is legal.
Yeah. The thing is, like, over here, what's funnier is, like, the police station is like 2 streets down. And I'm just like, bruh. Like, how in the flying fuck are you getting away with this? But at the same time, it's like, weed is a, how does one put it? Victimless crime. So it's, there are bigger priorities here. Usually.
Oh, understandable.
So yeah. I don't know what this guy's screaming about, but he went quiet just now, so I think we're good.
Nice.
Yep. I think someone might have just run him over. Anyway. So yes. Go on.
But yeah, that's pretty much honestly said. If there's like some bigger goal, it's just to make it acceptable for VTubers to make, characters which have actual nationality, some real life topic, use guns, really just do anything which they want, because I feel like there shouldn't be a limit to free speech and content creation.
Okay. So basically you hate the entire idea of VTubers need to be idols, VTubers need to sing, dance, blah blah blah.
I mean, people can do whatever the fuck they want, is my opinion pretty much. I personally like singing. I used to sing in an opera in the past.
Oh shit, okay.
I'm very rusty when it comes to singing, which is why I kind of lost the confidence in actually singing in public. Definitely if I will have the time to practice it again, maybe at some point. Well, it's kind of funny that you said dance and sing like idols, because I don't think most VTubers dance unless they have a full body model in VR.
Like, singing was almost an expectation at some point, because all the big companies did it, so clearly to be successful you need to do this and that.
I mean, if a big company asked me to sing for them, I would probably go, "Never gonna give you up."
Okay, my most recent experience with that song was walking into work and hearing that play over loudspeaker, and I was like, why would you do that at the casino? To be fair, we've had some janker stuff play on speaker. Like, the main things that play are like early to mid 2000s like pop songs. You get a lot of Taylor Swift in there for whatever reason, and it's just like, bruh, why am I hearing Love Story while I'm dealing baccarat to a bunch of boomers?
Honestly said, it's very interesting, because I feel like every establishment has its own culture when it comes to bars. For example, a luxury bar, you're usually gonna hear that smooth jazz, which just makes people calm. What actually I found really, really interesting, because it actually appeared in anime too, is how, for example, bars work when it's a music-focused bar.
Oh, okay.
How the BPM affects how much alcohol people drink and everything.
Oh yeah, that's entirely a hospitality thing. You need to set the mood and the environment. Yeah.
And at Irish pubs, usually have at Irish pubs, those tend to be very luxury establishments, honestly.
Okay.
It's kind of funny, depends really on the Irish pub, but the one I worked at was very fancy.
Oh.
And there it was kind of funny, because you have the half customers. Half of the customers are pretty much groups which are there to kind of because they are a group, and they were, in total they will spend a lot of money, but usually only 2 people in the group are really heavy drinkers, and the group takes care of them. While then you have you have the other 2 people on the opposite side of that who just sip one drink the entire visit.
Oh yeah.
Which is the same, honestly, said even for people who go to Irish pubs alone. Often you just have this one dude who just sits in the corner, talks to random people, and sips 1 to 2 drinks the entire evening until the closing time from the beginning time.
Ooh, fair enough, fair enough.
Then you also have, like, you know, the people which sit in the bar and talk to the people working there.
Oh, a mate of mine is one of those.
And those are usually... And I feel like almost like there is some sort of natural built-in thing that those are usually the heaviest drinkers.
Oh.
And you just gotta figure out when they had enough, and you just...
apply...
Have water and popcorn on the house here.
Yeah. You apply RSA, you know, slow down, stop, etc. But,
when they had a bit too much, you just start giving them free water in between their drinks. And then you send them home.
So, let's see. A mate of mine, every time he goes to a certain bar, I think he spends over $200 on cocktails, pretty much. And to be fair, it's a cocktail bar off in the middle of the CBD. It has, let's see, Japanese whiskey focus, essentially.
Hibiki and the others.
Hibiki, yeah. All of the Hibiki, yeah. Christ, I can't remember them off the top of my head, or at least the pronunciation. But
Japanese whiskeys. I mean, there is Hibiki, Suntory, Kirin, Nikka.
Yeah. You've covered a good chunk of them easily.
Yeah, that's pretty much most of them, honestly.
There's this place
I would
just
know.
has...
Oh god, I don't remember all of them from the top of my head.
Yeah, same.
Anymore.
That's why I was a bit like, how do I pronounce these again without accidentally scuffing these really bad? But hi.
Hakusho was one.
Along those lines. But yeah. Fancy whiskey bar.
Yeah.
It got to the point where, so I introduced him to this bar because I liked this bar. It's my favorite bar, and I'll stop there with whoever I feel like deserves a good drink, essentially. And this guy, he just kept repeat visiting after a while because the university was kind of nearby. And it got to the point where the last visit that we made there, I went there, dragged my girlfriend along with me to meet the guy. And I had one drink for that night. My girlfriend had a mocktail because she dies after half a bloody drink, maybe a quarter of a drink. Her alcohol tolerance is non-existent, but anyhow. This guy, he's just there ordering cocktail after cocktail, and all of the staff know who he is at this point.
Yeah. That's just part of working at a bar.
Because, the guy pretty much, he asked for a cocktail from each of the bartenders throughout that night. Like, even the bartenders that weren't on shift out front of house, like, even the bartenders that were just at the back of house, which he knew were on roster that day, he was just like, I want a recommendation from this man. Yeah. Hi. But it was just the recommendation of just like, okay, give me this drink. All right, give me a drink with this flavor and this blah, blah, blah. Okay, give me an airplane or aviation, so on and so forth. And I was just like, are you going to be okay getting home? He was like, I need more alcohol to drown all of the truths I've been told tonight. Because, hi. Girlfriend and I know a bit too much about creative production, and the guy learned a bit too much that night.
Oh, I know the feel, too. Finding out a bit too much, it's like, oh god, like if I talk to Whiskey 2 years in the past, holy shit, I were naive about so many things and I thought I knew everything.
Oh god. But throughout the night, the guy had like 5, maybe 6 cocktails. He was drinking before we even got there, so it's probably closer to 7 cocktails. On average, that's about 2.5 standard drinks each, depending on the type he's grabbing. His liver was probably dead in the morning. Because I'm pretty sure
I can imagine.
That was 14 to like 16 standard drinks. I'm surprised he wasn't dead. Hi.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But then again, some people have incredible alcohol tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, it's important to know really just know how your body reacts to alcohol.
Oh yeah, definitely.
To know your pacing, how much water you should drink in between. And honestly, Seth recognizing when you're fucking drunk,
completely
just
toasted.
Really,
yeah.
Yeah. Just know when to stop. And for example, if you would be better off just walking it off without any sleep, just keep drinking water throughout the night, eating, and not touching alcohol again.
Fair enough, fair enough. Let's see, the last time I drank was maybe, let's see, 6 days ago, give or take? Around that, 5-6 days ago, 5-6 days ago, and all I did was just do like a gin fizz, and that was it. I was like, I don't feel like doing more than this, I will just drink this, and it'll do.
What I also found interesting is that when people drink not at a bar, but instead online, pretty much being at home and drinking at home with friends online, I feel like people have less control over how much they drink.
To an extent, Let's say for a while, like, one of my most popular clips was actually me being dead drunk and accidentally saying something terrible out of context, so yeah, that was fun. Now it's just me saying yeah in the most disappointing fashion possible. Because yeah, that was built up for way too long, and then yeah, all they got was one yeah, and Artie immediately clipped it and called it the most disappointing yeah he has ever heard. Yeah. Alcohol online, there isn't really as much of that, you know, people can't really tell when you're completely fucked. They can't really see your face and say, oh, you've had too much to drink. Or they can't really smell all the alcohol on you and be like, yeah, you've really had too much to drink.
Yeah, you kind of need to notice the little signs if you're drinking with someone.
Yeah. Like, for me, funny enough, like, at the casino, we're not allowed to deal to dead drunk customers. Like, they can have 1 or 2 drinks.
See, another aspect of casinos which is better and safer for work than gachas.
Yeah, like...
Gachas don't give a shit about you being sloshed and spending your life savings away.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I actually know a man who spent $1,000 in a single sitting on a gacha game after he got drunk.
Ouch. But yeah, in terms of ethics and whatnot, the casino I work at probably has the highest, at least, that I'm aware of. Everywhere else, they let you gamble while dead drunk, they don't kick you out after a specific period of time, etc, etc. Over here, if you've had too much to drink, we escort you out. If you've stayed at the casino for longer than 12 hours, we escort you out and you can't come back for a day. If you are trying to convert a huge amount of money, we actually have to put a massive restriction on that. I think at most we allow like 25k, and that's it. You can't convert more than 25k over to casino dollars in one day. So we can hand you a silver plaque, we can't hand you a gold plaque. Gold plaque is 100k, and it's like, yeah, nah. We can't hand that to you in one sitting.
Damn.
Unless you already have deposited a ridiculous amount of money into your front money account and then play at a private salon, that's a different story. Because then your table limit isn't like 100k, your table limit is actually 600k. Thank God I haven't had to work a salon yet. Private salons, private gaming rooms are a interesting place. Interesting place. It's you, one other dealer, and the supervisor in the corner. You put on TV because odds are the VIP just went out shopping for the entire day. So yeah.
GG.
So yeah. Apparently you have some very interesting conversations in there. Me, I've mainly just been on the main floor or some of the more VIP-oriented areas. They're interesting places. The main floor is like a non-stop carnival. The VIP floors, one level up, you get like Old Granny Central, kinda. And then the further level up, you get professional gamblers. Anyhow, let me handle this raid from this ass of a Tanuki. Hi.
No problem.
Alright, Taika, welcome to stream. You actually caught me this time. Hi. What were you up to? Walking Dead. New Frontier. What is that one? Don't think I've heard of that one. Yeah, stream's doing well, Taika. Welcome to this interview. I was going to start popping some of the Some of the questions I expect a slightly longer answer to here and there. I was actually going to move this question up maybe half an hour ago, but you know what? This one's fine, this one's fine. So, recommend a drink, any drink whatsoever. After all, you mentioned you were in that kind of industry for a while. Let's hear it, let's hear it.
Honestly said, personally, when it comes to me, I'm less into cocktails and more into just, you know, the fancier whiskey on its own.
Okay.
Like, one of the best whiskeys which I drank. Funny enough, like, while I normally tend to prefer Irish whiskies, when it comes to really fancy whiskies, I prefer Scotch.
Okay.
So, for example, Lafroig, I hope that I fucking pronounce it correctly.
Close enough, at least.
Has some really, really good, good quality whiskeys. Another one is the Ardbeg whiskey from the Ardbeg Island. That one's also really fancy. Like the smaller brewery whiskeys with really, like around the 10 years, 12 years old ones. Those are really, really lovely.
Fair enough. So just whiskey on the rocks, whiskey highball, just on the rocks then, I suppose.
Honestly said, usually on the rocks.
Okay. Fair enough.
But when it comes to drinks, I'd say that my favorite drink to make for myself is old-fashioned.
Oh, good taste. Like, do you
if it came to like a beginner whiskey, I would recommend to everyone, especially to people not experienced with whiskey, who don't want to start with something brutally expensive, but also something which with a little bit more complex taste, I would recommend the Tullamore Dew.
Okay. Alright. I will say, one thing that fascinated me about what you just said now was that you preferred Irish whiskey. My experience of Irish whiskey is pretty horrifying, I'll be honest. Like, I don't know. Irish whiskey for me kind of tastes on the caustic side of things. Like, I'm fine with Scotch, I'm fine with bourbon, any kind of rye, perfectly fine, but Irish whiskey, I'm just like, why does this do me in? Why do I hate this?
Honestly said, it depends, because the Irish whiskey really just covers a plethora of tastes.
Yeah.
Because, like, of course, you have Jameson, and even within the Jameson brand, you just have a wide range of taste, because, for example, you have Jameson Black Barrel, you got Tullamore Dew, you got the cider cask Tullamore Dew, you got the 12-year-old ones.
Huh.
You got a real fucking plethora. Like, then you got something like Clontarf, which is something more fancy, which is a little bit more rare. But again, you have the same with Scotch whiskies. You got, like, you know, the cheaper stuff like Sir Edward Smoky, which is very easy to get. But then you got something like the fancy 15-year-old Dimples, Cardus, and stuff like that. So honestly said, there is it's kind of like with beers. You got a whiskey for everyone, really. It's just a matter of what taste you like. Like, it's like comparing lager beers and IPAs.
Yeah, gotcha.
Or like, you know, because, for example, I met people who absolutely despised beer. They told me exactly which beers they drank and which beers they despised and what they despised about them, and I served them Belgian beers, and they loved those to hell. And kept returning to the bar for Belgian beers and only ever drank Belgian beers therefore onwards.
Goddamn. Hi.
And eventually they started drinking even the beers they used to hate and, you know, like them more, because they could taste the difference between that and the Belgian beer, which they started to love.
I'd say, personally, I just don't do beer in general. Like, I'm mainly just on the side of cocktails, usually. Like, it's either cocktails or I'm doing shots. One or the other. Very rarely do I do beer, because I know specifically beer I do god-awful with. It's not necessarily like the taste or anything, it's just the volume and then just how quickly I get drunk off of it is just unfortunate.
Beer on a lot of people has a dulling effect.
Okay.
it like dulls their senses. I'm not exactly sure how to translate that into English, but essentially you will start feeling it makes you more sleepy than, for example, shots.
Drowsy would be the wording then.
Yeah, drowsy. It makes you more drowsy than just drinking hard liquor.
Like, my preference. But like, yeah, for
example, yeah.
Go on.
I've seen half a bottle of vodka disappear in someone, and that person being like absolutely fine, just being a little bit sloshed, no hangover, no vomiting, no nothing, half a fucking bottle of really hard vodka disappearing in them. And then I've seen them on a different day, not mixing at all, but like, grabbing 4 beers, and they barfed like hell. They had so bad hangover from that one.
Oh, yeah. Like, myself...
To be fair, it was very strong beer, though.
Okay. Like, for myself, just beer in general, if I have it, the volume is just annoying. The taste is a little... not my cup of tea, for the most part. Like, I don't mind if it's something like... if it's like a combination with beer, something like a somak, so, you mix soju and beer, then that's perfectly fine to me. But if it's just straight beer, any kind of lager, or... Yeah. I just won't do good with it. It's just misery for me.
Honestly said, if you want to try a beer which you might like, even on its own, you should try Baltic Porter.
Baltic Porter. Alright. I'll keep that in mind.
It's a dark beer with very rich taste, and it's like, it's stronger beer, and it's kind of like a desert beer.
Okay.
It's like, a beer which you would drink in small-ish amount with friends, because it has richer, darker taste.
Okay.
It's like a more full beer.
Can't say I've had anything with strong body then in that case. Might give that a shot sometime, because I do know the bottler that I have like down the road does stock a lot of beer.
Yeah.
Like, it was much harder to buy like mixers or spirits there. Very easy to buy beer there. Though. Like, they have the full-on massive cans and everything.
When it comes to beers, honestly said, I feel like Europe is simply the best place to explore the beer culture. Simply because it's way... there is a shitload of microbreweries in the beer countries, like Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, naturally Germany, the Baltic states, Czechia, Austria, even Hungary, really. All of those countries really have massive amount of craft beers and microbreweries, which don't really brew beer on a commercial scale, on export scale. But it means that people really play with the taste, because essentially, as long as you brew beer under a certain volume, you usually have tax benefits. So it's easier to stay in business, essentially, and kind of keep it as a hobby. So, it's pretty... There is shitloads of, like, tiny brands which make only small amount of pretty expensive bottles, but it's really an experience to drink one of those.
Okay. Might keep that in mind if I ever do visit that side of the world.
Yeah. Pretty
here,
nearby is like a small shop which specializes in those small beers. And then there is one more shop which specializes in lesser known foreign beers. And again, it's not something which most people drink, but it's incredibly fascinating to explore it.
Okay. Wait, this guy in chat just recommended a drink called the Market Garden. What? Operation Market Garden. Kentucky bourbon with mint leaves. Fill the remainder of the cup with Fanta Cola. Finish with shots of Grolsch. Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
It sounds very similar to my favorite drink, minus the Grolsch part. So, okay. The drink that I end up recommending most people is the Suffering Bastard. It's a cocktail, of course. It has way too many ingredients. At least for a classic cocktail. It's more of a tiki drink. So it is a shot of gin, London Dry, a shot of bourbon. You then dash 2 dashes of Angostura bitters, and you have 1 shot of lime juice. Dry shake it, pour it out, then top with ginger ale. After that, you garnish with a mint sprig, and that's it. That's your Suffering Bastard. It was a drink fashioned up in Cairo during World War II, specifically to, well, soothe them suffering bastards of soldiers that were working out of there. So, yeah,
when it comes to drinks from World War II, there is a bunch of interesting ones.
The
US Navy could talk about torpedo juice.
Oh. God damn it. Fair enough. Like, there's a lot of funky stuff when it comes to mixology and just learning the stories behind drinks. Yeah.
Honestly, said an interesting drink, which a bunch of my friends really like, is White Russian.
White Russian. You know what? Fair enough. Like, okay. There are 2 drinks.
Which I see a lot of people liking is Black Walnut Manhattan.
Oh, Black Walnut Man. I can say that. Yeah. Yeah, when thinking about White Russian, I'm just like, okay, there's White Russian, and then there is an Irish coffee. I think I much prefer the White Russian. I'll be honest.
Honestly, said when it comes to Irish coffee, there is so much of a gap between a well-made Irish coffee and a poorly made Irish coffee.
Maybe I should try and order one sometime. Yeah.
Honestly said, like, I ordered Irish coffee in a lot of establishments, and in some establishments it's just, nope, I'm never touching Irish coffee in this place again. And in others, they make it so good.
Like, I'll say,
just something to...
I'll say to me it comes down to a difference in the ingredients they use, for the most part. Like, it'll depend very heavily on the whiskey they use and the whipped cream.
Beans. And the whipped cream, yeah.
Yeah, because if it's the whipped cream, you can tell pretty quickly if it's just the shit which comes out of the can, basically. Or if some bastard went behind and actually whipped up some fresh cream.
Yeah. The bar I worked at made their own cream, yeah.
Oh, god
So it was really, really fresh, and it was also from milk from local farmers.
Oh, shit. Okay, that's fancy. Locally sourced.
Yep. There is a lot of locally sourced stuff in the fancy restaurants in the place where I am. Simply because it's an area with solid agriculture, where the local farmers kind of deliver the more luxury stuff to the... There's a load of restaurants, so all of them pretty much take the local ingredients.
Fair enough. Over here in Australia, we do take quite a bit of the same logic for locally sourced ingredients. A lot of people say the food is ridiculously good here because of that. I've grown up with this food, so I'm not entirely sure of the comparison, to be honest. My girlfriend is probably screaming in the background about that. But anyway. When it comes to locally sourced stuff, yeah, as long as you're not working at a tourist trap, then yeah, you're likely working with fresh ingredients. The time I was working at a tourist trap in an Italian restaurant, oh boy. I told this story to a bunch of dealers yesterday that were on night shift, and it was pretty much, okay, this guy said he wants to try the Italian restaurant at our casino because he's got, really high standards for Italian food. And our casino has some of the best restaurants in the city. And it's just like, okay. So you want to try out this particular Italian restaurant? Well, I'm going to tell you now, Italian restaurants in Australia are god-awful. The place I worked at, no, they did not make their own sauce. What we did was we had a gigantic stack of tomato sauce cans in the back.
Oh no!
Like, they weren't like the small pasta ones you'd buy at like a shopping mall or anything. They were like...
Was it like those big industrial tier cans?
It was like the liter or 2 cans. The big ass ones that sometimes they were big enough you had to mount them on a trolley and then push them over.
Do you want to hear a story about cans?
Sure. We'll hear it after I finish this one up. So.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I had to do at one point was, they were like, okay, we're out of tomato sauce for the pizza section. All right, Eco, go back, grab us a can and follow this chef's instructions. I'm just like, our stuff is in cans? Our stuff is in cans? Oh God, oh God. I go back, I grab one of these gargantuan fucking cans, mount it on a trolley, and push it over to the other chef. The chef manhandles the freaking can and puts it on the table, and pulls out a massive can opener. This thing...
Oh God!
This thing is like a stick, which is about like 1 meter long and has all of them blades just on one end, and you clamp it to the side of the can. And you use the stick as a lever and you crunch down. Then you start twisting.
God, I know those bottle opener, can openers.
You start twisting, it goes around, it goes around, it goes around, you pop the lid off. And it's like, okay. What now? Guy's like, okay, go back into the dry store, grab about 2 handfuls of basil leaves, grab a handful of pepper and a handful of salt, and a handful of this and that, and bring them back over. I'm just like, how am I going to carry these? He's like, don't worry, you'll figure it out. So I do that. I think I grabbed like 2 or 3 plastic bowls or something to facilitate this and just came back. He was like, okay, now take this can off of the table and put it back onto the trolley. We're going over the stick blender.
Oh no, I can see where this is going and I'm very, very afraid of hearing it.
So we drag it over to the stick blender, we shove all the ingredients in bit by bit, and he was like, okay, shove in the stick blender. There's me being like, hop, eh, wait, we're doing this inside the can? He's like, yep. I'm just like, oh
no. Oh no.
Now the stick blender is 1.5 meters long piece of machinery with some blades on the end of it. And you ram it into the bloody can and you flip it on.
Oh God.
So there's me, high school years, just going, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life? I'm just like, are you... There's tomato sauce. There's tomato sauce flying everywhere. It was at that point I noticed that some of the walls were kind of dyed like red for a reason. I'm just like, oh, this is normal. Oh, this is normal practice. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, so half my uniform, checkered pants and everything, covered in fucking tomato sauce at that point. The apron I was wearing, because I was working the pizza section, was of course a white apron. It was no longer white.
Oh no.
And he was like, okay, perfect. Sauce is done. I'm like, I blink twice. I look at the guy. That's it? This is our sauce? This is our fucking sauce? He's like, yep, now pour it into that tray over there. Now bring it back out to the pizza section. So yeah.
I feel mental anguish.
I pour it into the tray, I bring it back out to the pizza section, my eyes are dead, I have to go back to throwing dough in the air to please, like, what is it? To please, like, Indian and Korean tourists at the time.
Oh God, I'm just imagining, like, the priestess from Goblin Slayer, just that you get used to it, just like, the face splattered with tomato sauce.
Yeah, that was
a
me.
A little piece of basil in the hair.
Oh my God, that was me after a while there. That was me after a while there. Yeah, I quit that job pretty quickly.
I can imagine.
Like, probation wasn't even over. I was just like, nope, I'm handing in my single day notice because I'm still on probation. Goodbye.
Yep. I can imagine why.
The pay was not worth it. They made you work overtime for very little extra compensation. Oof. They were breaking a couple of laws here and there. And yeah, we lost.
Sounds like it.
We lost the head chef within like 3 days of me working there. So it's just like, I liked that head chef. I liked that head chef. He was good to me. Who do we have now? Oh, we have Hendro. I know Hendro. He's from this other place. Oh God, oh fuck, it's Hendro. Oh no. Ah. Yeah. That was my experience in a nutshell.
You can just imagine, like, you know, the salute ending in the leather, yeeting the fuck out of there, just like, you know, jumping out of the window comically, still covered in tomato sauce.
I'm lucky that week it was raining super heavy. It was like the one week in that particular city where it was shitting down rain like no tomorrow. Like it was like a Southeast Asian country in wartime, just shitting down rain. Yeah, totally not Vietnam, totally not Vietnam. But yeah. So much rain to the point where I took one step out of the restaurant and I swear the harbor was getting close to being flooded. So I was like, bruh. Well, at least I'm done with this job. At least I'm done with this job.
I remember times when rain was so strong in the Netherlands, it just fucking flooded the street with solid, like, you know, half a foot of water everywhere.
Oh god. But yeah, like over here in Australia, this year we had an entire year's worth of rainfall within like the first 3 months. And it is raining again today. Australia's dams currently have a problem of being too close to capacity. The dams themselves are going to start flooding because we have never had this much rainfall.
Is this the part where Australians look at their dams and they said, "God damn it"?
Whiskey, there are 3 things in this world that I hate more than anything else. Number 1 is spiders. Number 2 is snakes. The last one's puns. Whiskey, why'd you have to do this?
It's okay.
Why'd you have to do this way?
Okay, look. You will eventually get conditioned to like them.
This is coming from a writer. Someone who's worked as a freelance writer. And author at some point. God no, you never get used to them. Just Christ. Why have you done this? Anyhow, while we're on the topic of food, recommend some food.
Oh, sorry?
While we're on the topic of food, recommend some food. Any food whatsoever.
Depends really if you mean like a main course or something to go with alcohol, for example. When it comes to Dutch food, I definitely need to recommend everyone to try the bitterballen.
Oh?
Loosely, translated word to word, bitter balls. Which doesn't sound that tasty, right?
Fair enough.
But essentially, bitterballen are a meat-based snack, which is made by a very thick stew thickened with roux and beef stock.
Oh shit, okay.
That is generously loaded with meat. First you refrigerate the stew until it firms up. Then you roll the thick mixture into balls, which are then breaded and fried.
Holy shit, okay.
And usually you use, if you have like the quality ones, they are usually, you season them with stuff like onions, salt, pepper, parsley, nutmeg. And sometimes some of the recipes also use curry powder in it, or finely chopped vegetables such as carrots.
Okay.
And essentially this is the traditional food to go with beer.
Yeah, I can see that. That sounds amazing with alcohol. Jesus.
Yeah. People when they go to like bars which are on the beach, that's very popular. Or some, even in some fancier restaurants you can find them. But essentially that goes really well with alcohol. You just need to be very, very careful to not burn your tongue.
Oh, fuck.
And develop your own technique of eating this food without burning your tongue.
I see. You see, I burned my tongue on lukewarm coffee. So, yeah.
Yeah,
so, I'm screwed if I ever try that.
The trick to eat them is to kind of crack the top layer, the crust.
Oh, okay.
And let it cool down a little bit, and if you feel when you take it in your mouth, like when you feel that it's still a little bit too hot for you, you always have the emergency power of just washing it down with the beer.
Oh, okay.
To cool it down. It's really fucking tasty.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Another unexpected food, I guess that it's the same way I picked up the military stuff, the really, like, you know, love for the meaty foods. I absolutely love steak. And I absolutely love steak tartare as well.
Oh shit. Okay.
Which is raw meat and again goes well with alcohol.
Yeah, like if you prepare it a certain way, it can go really damn well.
Oh, absolutely. I used to know tartare only as a thing to go with alcohol originally.
Really?
So when I first visited France, where it's served as a main dish, I was absolutely stunned. I first ate it at an airport in France.
Shit. Wait, airport food is tartare?
Sorry?
Airport food is tartare. Just, Interesting.
Honestly said, when it comes to food at an airport, there is, like, you know, the two extremes. Either it is ultra expensive and good, or it's shit.
You know, it's like your first or final impression of a country.
Yeah, like, for example, some of the best airport food I ever had was in France. Some of the best food I had on a plane was also during a flight with the French Airlines.
Okay.
They didn't fly on time. I had a lot of complaints about them, but the food was delicious.
Okay.
And my first experience with airport food was in Austria, where you were better off going to the McDonald's rather than to the local restaurant at the airport, which was a massive disappointment.
Fair enough. Hi.
But yeah, those are probably the foods I'd recommend. There is more to it, like when it comes to snacks. I love baking, which might be a little bit surprising.
That's fine. I bake a decent bit as well, or used to when I had the facilities to, at least.
So, for example, cinnamon rolls are a really tasty snack, the same way as the traditional Dutch waffles, the stroopwafels.
Okay.
And again, if you ever go to Belgium or Netherlands, there are often stands which, like, you know, most people know the stroopwafels as either the tiny ones which are being sold abroad, or the slightly bigger ones which are again being sold abroad as the Dutch waffles. But the thing is, in the Netherlands, you can get ones which are double the size of that, being sold fresh, made, hot, on the street.
Oh, that sounds good. Okay.
Which is absolutely delicious. But I feel like recommending food to someone, it's kind of the same as recommending alcohol to someone. You need to know their taste first before you recommend something they will definitely like.
Fair enough.
I think that my first experience with food was when a coworker forced us to essentially after work we often went like a group to a restaurant together for drinks and food. And every day, every week really, because it was a weekly thing, one of the people was picking the establishment we go to and eat. One day our vegan coworker was deciding the place to go to.
Oh dear.
That was worst spaghetti I ever ate.
Worst spaghetti,
That was literally the worst spaghetti I've ever ate in my life.
Oh god, like the worst spaghetti I ever ate was one that was way too sweet and shot full of like Asian spices. Specifically one really, really bitter seed of some kind, and I was like, oh god, who made this? Oh, my cousin made this. Oh god. I'm not letting her near the kitchen. But yeah. Fair enough. Worst spaghetti you had.
Another, like, when it comes to food stories, is the one I wanted to say before with the canned food.
Oh, let's hear it. Canned food time.
So, another bit of context here, which is necessary, is I worked also, like, I took first aid courses.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
I helped out as a first aid responder at various LARP events.
Alright, alright.
And LARP events in Europe are very different from other countries because usually they have, like, imagine a post-apocalyptic, like a stalker LARP with food actually hidden for the playing area and people using, you know, proper costumes and airsoft guns, which actually look realistic.
Okay.
Like, and people, East Europeans, for all the faults they have, they are fucking hard into LARPing. There was a dude who was doing a mutant. He put the mutant costume on himself. He buried himself in dead leaves and waited on the side of the road. And when a patrol of people was going past him, he flat out fucking grabbed one dude by the leg and bit into his boot. Fucking crazy asshole, but holy shit, the dude just panicked so hard.
I wouldn't be surprised, like, what the hell?
Like, he got a pretty nasty bruise from the, you know, from getting hit with the buttstock of a gun. But he said that it was totally fucking worth it.
Yeah, no shit, that'd be worth
so
it.
badly.
Yeah. Holy hell.
But to continue, on that one LARP, it rained a lot. So some of the food, you know, all of the food which was supposed to be, because it was like, you know, in XCOM base, like ex-commie base in that area. So it was like, you know, an abandoned military object.
Yeah.
Which was, again, declared safe for usage of events like this, but just in case, all of the food, which was like, you know, the game food, which people could gain in-game, buy in-game, find in-game, was labeled. The problem is it rained a lot. So the labels washed off.
Oh no.
And now, like, you know, as me, just like, you know, going around making sure everything is going smooth, I go past a group, which is sitting, like, you know, beside a campfire with a gigantic silver can of canned peaches.
Thank God you didn't say canned chicken. But anyway, go on.
No, it was canned peaches. It was just like, you know, a canned compote.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So I go over to them because, like, you know, they just invited me since they had too much. So, like, you know, we drink the compote, we eat the canned peaches. They were very sugary. It was honestly not a bad taste. I noticed that, like, you know, the compote itself tasted a little bit alcoholic.
Oh.
Weird. So we finished eating and I were like, wait a second, we never bought any canned peaches for this event. So I called the organizers of the event. They say, nope, what the hell did you find? So we turned the can around and we see that the bottom of the can was stamped with thick Soviet runes and pretty much a Cold War era stamping of the year. So we ate peaches which were about over 50 years old peaches.
Holy shit. Okay, you legit ate a Cold War artifact.
Yep. So, like, you know, for the rest of the event, I kept checking the people if they are all right. No one, like, you know, kudos to whoever canned that. No one got any health problems from it.
It was starting to ferment in there, buddy. Jesus Christ.
It was starting to ferment, but no one had any health problems.
Christ. Okay, yeah, that's.
But they were very, very sugary too. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, like typical food preservative. You can use a lot of sugar. It works to an extent as long as the environment is not compromised. If the environment's ever compromised, that sugar is going to go real bad, real fast. But if the environment's not compromised, it's the same as like making a jam, pretty much. So you are very close to just having peach jam there.
But yeah, this is the first time and the last time in my life I ate food that was older than myself. And that was to me the most shocking thing, that food at that time was probably older than my fucking parents. I were just like, you know, staring like, you know, into the empty space when I just like, you know, heard the year and I were like, wow.
Amazing.
Holy fuck, I hope I'm okay.
Oh God. Christ. 50-plus-year-old peaches. I don't think I can top that in time for food.
The more shocking thing is, like, you know,
yeah.
like, we had some suspicions while we were eating it, because, you know, that big can. But you see, you can't turn the can around if it's opened on one side and it's filled with the compote. So we needed to finish eating it first before turning it around to see the stamping. And after that, I were like, you know, my brother in LARPing, what in the hell did you do? Why did you not check?
Peaches, just bloody peaches.
So yeah, the oldest food I ever ate is canned peaches. And it will probably stay like that because I don't feel like it's safe for consumption other time. But, like, yeah, it was really the Stalker experience, the fucking...
yeah, definitely. Like, Stalker games, that's a series I need to get around to one of these days. It's just that, yeah, it's been a bloody long while since I've touched one of those. Like, I don't know, the first time I touched a Stalker game was actually when it came out in one of those PC magazines before. Like, they had a demo of one of the games in there and I could actually just install it off said disc and then just boot it up and give it a shot. I remember dying a shit ton, the game crashing a fair bit, and then just giving up on it. So yeah. Stalker stuff, Roadside Picnic and whatnot. Hi. I need to look into those more often. I need to look into those more.
Roadside Picnic is a great book. Also, actually, if you have VR, there is Into the Radius now.
Oh yeah.
Which is like a VR game.
I do have a Quest 2 lying around and the appropriate stuff to hook it up. So yeah.
I tried it out a bit. It's a really neat game, very immersive.
Very immersive, huh? Okay, because like I recently upgraded my hardware just to support more VR-oriented stuff, so I'll give it a shot sometime. To recall, it's either currently in a Humble Bundle or currently on sale. One of the two. I think it was in a Humble Bundle, so I might actually check that out. But yeah. Roadside Picnic. Friend of mine has really read that cover to cover multiple times, and yeah. Goddamn.
Honestly said, like, Roadside Picnic, Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy, those are fucking classics, which everyone should read.
There's a lot of literature out there that's definitely worth going through.
It was not Into the Radiation, it was Into the Radius. I'm just answering to someone in the comments, sorry.
Hi. But yeah. With those, I'm just like, one day I'll get to those. Meanwhile, I think the funkiest thing I'd ever seen that was based off of a Roadside Picnic was the fact that there was an anime made about that kind of stuff at one point.
Oh yeah, it's great.
And there's literally just a scene of like froze a bolt. Just bruh.
Yep.
How much more on the nose can you get? Nope, just go straight into it.
That anime is actually great. The one thing which very much, like, you know, hurt my ears, however, in that anime is the scenes with the Marines.
Oh dear.
It's a very, very bad accent.
Yeah.
I feel like those Marines which were in there were an anomaly of their own. They were probably a package of crayons made in America which fell through into the Stalker world and developed sentience.
Oh god. Yeah. Stalker stuff, I'm just like, I know if I ever play that on stream, I am probably going to be absolutely horrified throughout the whole experience. Because, contrary to how calm I usually am, yeah, if it comes to horror games, I am god-awful at them. Like, I can sit through a horror movie perfectly fine, can read or watch whatever horrifying stuff. The moment it's a game, I'm just like, fuck me sideways. Why does it have to be like this?
That actually reminds me that right now I'm one of the games I'm running as a dungeon master is actually, like, you know, modern day era weapons. We are using ops and tactics system.
Oh, okay.
And we are actually doing it, like, you know, horror style.
Ah, okay, okay.
It's like kind of almost SCP/Stalker-esque setting like.
Oh shit. Alright.
Which honestly said players are loving it so far.
Oh yeah. If you can pull off like the really funky, almost eldritch kind of eldritch horror kind of feeling, then yeah, a lot of people enjoy that. Like I think the most enjoyable experience I had with one of those at least was when a DM friend of mine was running Delta Green.
Oh yes, Delta Green, there we go!
Yep. The only thing was, instead of setting it in America and going with like the CIA and whatnot, we set it in Australia, Sydney.
Oh boy.
With the Australian SAS. And it was just like, bruh. We had a lot of very funky scenarios, and there were a lot of visits to Red Rooster for some reason. But
I'm just imagining it's like, you know, me and the cunts fighting some anomalies. Game.
So one of the cunts, like, okay, so one of the first missions one of the first modules I think we ran was some kind of investigation revolving around like getting into Delta Green to begin with and whatnot. And it was like, oh yeah, you're recruited into Delta Green, you are agents, blah blah blah. There is this former agent which has been doing some real sus stuff or probably investigating stuff on his own. We need you to snuff him out, or at least check out what he's doing. And we were doing it all like real stealthy and everything. We were like, okay, we'll wait for him to leave his house. We'll then go inside and, you know, we'll set up cameras and everything. And then we'll leave a couple of things here and there and see how he reacts to some of these. He found one of the pieces of evidence. He reacted very, very aggressively. He searched his house, destroyed a majority of the cameras that we had placed in, grabbed his shotgun, and got ready to go on a killing spree. So what we did was, not necessarily knowing all of this, we tried entering the apartment complex. And lo and behold, we took a shotgun to the face and one of the party members died on the spot.
Wow!
Yep. We barely subdued the guy. I think my character just tackled him, and then we had someone else tackle him from behind, and we somehow brought him to the ground. Something like that. A knife was involved. I think I got stabbed in the back as well. My guy had some real permanent injuries after that. And lost a lot of sanity. A heck of a lot of sanity.
Yeah, honestly said the gun combat systems of TTRPGs, which are very, very lethal, are pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah. There's the...
In Ops and Tactics, it's pretty interesting because it's also like super lethal. Like, you know, your average character at first level, and even on higher levels, will have like, you know, around 20-ish HP. Without body armor. Something like I would need to quickly check the rulebook, but the thing is, some guns deal like 5d6 damage.
Ouch.
Base. If they hit again. So you can see how body armor is super important in that, and it deals even more damage if you're doing, for example, a double tap attack. And you can naturally shoot multiple times a turn. So taking cover and wearing body armor is very important. Wearing a helmet suddenly becomes a vital thing, because if it hits your head and you don't wear a helmet, well...
you're dead. Good chunk of the time, you're dead.
Yep.
Like, high lethality RPGs, I do enjoy them quite a bit. Because that means that every decision you make isn't just I move here and I attack. It's no, I move here, I take cover, and I desperately try to spray over the cover and hit anything that I possibly can hit. I miss everything. Okay, yes. I reload. Now I pray I don't have the same thing happen to me.
Honestly said, the way I pretty much created my own fucking anomaly beginner box for my players to teach them about caution and the importance of cover. one of the characters in the group simply didn't join the second portion of that session because they were undergoing surgery in a hospital.
Oh shit.
Dude had some form of body armor. However, he also in the shootout with the enemies who were pretty much on the same level as the party, similar kind of gear as the party. He took most of the shots for the party.
Oh.
Dude was like on 3 HP remaining.
Oh.
Because the thing is, the body armor in that game works on a very interesting system. It essentially has its damage rating, which is essentially it reduces the damage you take from certain damage types by X. That is then subtracted from the armor points of that armor. And whatever goes through the armor converts into blunt damage to your HP.
That's kind of like, what was it, Dark Heresy? Something like that, similar.
Oh yeah, pretty close. Honestly, said I love Dark Heresy too. That's very fun.
I got absolutely smoked in Dark Heresy. Jesus Christ. Hi. Don't play a Skitarii in Dark Heresy. You will you will lose a lot of cybernetics. But anyway, go on.
Oh yeah, actually, would you mind if I quickly went to grab another coffee?
Oh yeah, go for it. We've been going for a while, so a short break's fine.
I'll be back in a bunch of minutes.
Yeah, sure. I need to use the washroom anyway, so yeah, I'll just shoot this to a BRB screen for a moment then.
If you want to, I can also show you some of the Cold War stuff. We are back, never mind.
Another time,
Not for
sure.
Eyes of the Stream yet.
Another time, sure, another time, sure.
Alright.
But yeah,
Got some fresh coffee.
I will say the time that I played Dark Heresy was a real funky time, because there was a lot of chaos involved. Of course there was a lot of chaos involved.
I mean, it's 40k, of course there is chaos.
There were a lot of traitor guardsmen that needed to be disposed of. They unfortunately disposed of us first. So yeah, we had a time.
My way of introducing my players to Dark Heresy was, I kind of showed them, like, you know, this is your Inquisitor, this is a bunch of the people who work with him. Here, for each player, I have 5 character sheets. Feel free to experiment. I'm pretty sure that you will be able to switch between characters at some point.
Oh god. That's one way of
make your favorite
things.
Character about the third from about the third one in line.
Oh my god. Okay.
Because the thing is, when it comes to DMing Dark Heresy, I also kind of it can be very lethal, as you know.
Oh yeah, whenever a system goes all in on lethality, it's just like, oh no. Someone's going to die eventually.
Honestly, yeah, I like the way I kind of introduced my characters was kind of running a kill house with them, except the kill house was filled with heretics who shoot back.
Ah. Oh, fair enough.
And I kind
fair enough.
You see, they had surprisingly good survival rate. Out of 7 players, 3 survived the first session. And the 3 players that survived, one of them was a dude who went through conscription in Finland.
Ooh.
Second one was a carrier soldier in the USA.
Oh.
And the third one was a mill nut.
Fair enough.
So,
fair enough.
So those 3 actually knew that maybe kicking open the door and walking into a machine gun position right behind the door isn't the smartest.
Oh yeah, go figure. You know that scene out of the Call of Duty 2 trailer?
Yep.
That's what I'm imagining right now. I've seen that kind of situation way too often here and there. It's just like, oh, but what if they haven't? Oh, that door doesn't exist anymore. Neither does the guy who tried to kick the door down. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, that also reminds me, like, you know, the way I let my players for 5e pick new campaigns. I gave them like 4 different campaign pitches and let them pick one.
Ah, okay.
I remember that one time they picked a Dark Heresy inspired one.
Oh dear.
I was surprised that bunch of people actually voted for it. I think that most people who voted for it did not know the game.
Ah.
So they were a little bit surprised when I told them to make multiple characters. The one who didn't vote for it and knew the game just gave me that look of utter and absolute horror in their eyes.
Like, Dark Heresy is hard. It's really hard. Like, if you manage to clear through some of the stuff in Dark Heresy, it's just like, bruh, you had to think really long and hard about what you were doing here and there. Or you just optimized the shit out of it and just went like full heavy weapons and just didn't give a damn.
Yeah. I'm too attached to to all of my characters. I'm gonna clear the final boss with only 2.
God. Just the answer in Dark Heresy is very rarely more Daka. Very rarely. However, when the answer is more Daka, it is good to have more Daka. The unfortunate part is sometimes more Daka is attached to a vehicle. Daka. When more Daka is attached to a vehicle, someone needs to know how to drive. Not many people invest in driving. Yeah, no.
One of the main bosses in our campaign was killed. It was like I think that it was essentially a Chaos Space Marine, which is scary as fuck, as you know from Dark Heresy.
In Dark Heresy, that's just like, oh god, oh fuck, run.
The way it was pretty much a fighting retreat until the pilot decided to hitch a ride to the airport, and he just pretty much kamikaze striked a Valk into the Space Marine.
Oh yeah, that would do it. That would do it. Like, Space Marines may be able to handle certain things, but a mass of steel coming down with a vengeance? Probably not. Probably not.
Another case of heroism which I've seen was also like, you know, the engineer blowing himself and a demon up.
Ah, yes. Demons. Oh god.
He shouted for the Emperor and blew himself up with the demon. Dude strapped like, what, 4 satchel charges on his character? A belt of grenades? A backpack of explosives, and he blew all of that up at the same time, like on the fucking tile next to the demon.
Oh god, for me, my last stand was pretty much just, yes, I have all of these mechadendrites coming out of me and a couple of extra weapons. You know what? We are gripping onto this thing real hard with the mechadendrites and firing everything at point blank range. If we die, so be it.
I think that my most epic moment in Dark Heresy was when I pretty much survived my last stand somehow.
Oh god.
Which was my sister of battle with a chain sword holding a door.
Ah. Goddamn. Goddamn. Sister of battle, huh?
Somehow, like, after I were, like, pretty much mostly dead, I started rolling well. And for some reason, at the point where I thought, yeah, now I'm dead, I'm just gonna jump on the demon and try to, like, you know, hold him off for as long as possible. She fucking cleaved the demon so hard, the demon died and fucked off back into the fucking warp.
Yep. Sometimes...
Then there is, like, you know...
Yep.
Yeah, my character just was made of wounds, pretty much. When the party kind of was like, hey, we evacuated successfully. How the fuck are you still alive?
Sheer grit. Sheer grit.
Yep.
Like, yeah. Like, a lot of tabletop RPG systems are designed around that, like, single hero moment that can potentially happen. And if it is pulled off by, like, sheer heroism or just sheer, you know, luck, then yeah, they make some pretty insane stories. On the other hand, there's some systems which really punish the whole sacrifice for the greater good kind of affair. Because if you're wondering how that Australian Delta Green campaign wrapped up, it wrapped up with a TPK. Because what essentially happened was, one time, my character was left in the same room as said Eldritch Horror. Said Eldritch Horror didn't indeed kill my character. Said Eldritch Horror decided to imprint upon my character. So essentially, their sanity was starting to hit rock bottom levels. Included in this, or included in Delta Green rules, are the rules for going mentally insane or broken. Parts of these include chatting with your DM and figuring out how you do eldritch summoning rituals while the other players aren't looking. So, summoning something from beyond in the hotel room where the team was staying was an interesting affair. It may or may not have involved a couple of human sacrifices, one of which may have been one of the party members. And then when the last party member arrived home, yeah, he got picked up and taken into the stratosphere by some winged entity.
GG.
Meanwhile, my character was still in one piece, somehow, and then the cops arrived. And when the cops arrived, all hell broke loose. So yeah, that was the end of that bunch, and so we had to make a second set of characters, and those guys, I think they went off, like, it was something that was close to, like, what was it, Einsmurf? Or Burnsmurf? Whatever the heck, the fishing village story, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, we got close to that instead, and yeah, I think the party just ended up, and ended up being part of the townsfolk by the end of it. Along those lines.
I think the most cruel thing I ever did to my players was that after a TPK, I had their new characters investigating the deaths of their old characters.
Oi. Oi. Oi, at that point, that's just mean. Oi. Christ.
Or like, you know, when we were doing a warp campaign, just talking to your dead buddies in the warp.
Oh, God. Okay, so for the D&D campaign that I only concluded like a month ago, one of the party members was carrying around parts of one of the other deceased party members for about a year. He was literally carrying around the skull and spine of one of the player character's first characters.
Ooh, that reminds me of Darkest Dungeon, the Collector.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that camp.
Yeah. Oh, Christ.
It's like, hey, I'm almost done with this mission. Oh, no.
Yep. Darkest Dungeon. I like the thematics of it. I like the whole idea of it. God, do I hate the punishing grind of it. Because, man, yeah.
That game is the Sigma grind set, the game.
Yeah, you go into delve after delve, into delve after delve, and you cycle through all of these members which come on the coach, and you fire them after they go mentally insane, and, you know, the cycle continues. Almost like the cycle of dealers at my casino at some point. But anyway.
Yeah.
Look, for every every person we get through the door to become a dealer, we lose about 3 others on staff. Staffing is kind of an issue over here. Yeah, so when you see the regulars around and you're like, oh, you're still working here. Oh, I'm surprised I haven't put you on night shift yet. I hear we lose a lot of people on night shift. And then you see another guy who's been working there for a long time. Oh, I haven't seen you around. Where have you been? I'm on night shift. Oh no, we're about to lose you too. No, please, no.
Not him. He was actually nice.
Yeah, it's like he was actually a good one. Oh God, he was actually a good one.
The sacrifice to the night shift gods.
Like, night shift at the casino is an interesting place. Sometimes you get the absolutely flooded nights, and then you get the blank nights. The blank nights, you're kind of staring up into space or shitposting with your other dealers. And when I say shitposting with the other dealers, I literally mean like screaming across the casino floor to the guy on the other side. And just being like, hey, how's your night been going? And back and forth, just shooting each other.
GG.
Meanwhile,
I also remember some interesting night shifts from the bar.
Oh God. I can imagine night shift at a bar might be a fair bit more interesting than what I deal with, because yeah, you would have drunk patrons for sure. Me, all the drunk patrons get security called on them.
Oh yeah, we absolutely had security at the bar too. Like, honestly said, in some countries, working at a bar is enough of a reason to get a concealed carry license.
Oh shit. Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah, you get some interesting people, like, recognizing when people are drunk and when you should just, like, have people escort them out of the bar is a very important part of your job.
Fair enough.
But it feels like, at night you get all of the depressed, lonely people.
The night kind of brings those kinds of people, I guess. No, like, the janker situations I've had at the casino are definitely whenever the mob is involved. So, for example, if, like, the Italian mafia comes in, set themselves down at my table, they are really intense bastards, but they won't actually bet that much money. The thing is, when they lose, they go absolutely ham. Like, I've seen a guy almost flip the table on me. I'm just like, security! Help! Did you see this guy flip half my table over? The chips almost went flying. Please. Please do something about this gentleman who just slammed his fist down on the table on top of that. It's fine though, it's fine though. Because, you know, when players play at my tables, it's usually, you know, PvE. So it's like, you know, you play against the casino, you play against the casino. People at poker tables, though. People at poker tables have the patrons.
Interesting experience.
Have the patrons go at each other's throats, basically.
Yep.
So poker dealers have a dedicated distress button underneath the table.
Oh wow, the panic button.
Yeah, like
there,
you know,
there we go.
Like, you know, in all those movies where it's like high class CEO or whatever has a button dedicated for security under his table. It's just the low class dealers we've got here. It's just hi. Table's getting intense. Slam that button. Slam it harder. Security needs to be there ASAP.
Some places have that too, like bars, luxury bars too.
Oh, okay.
I know a city which also has a little bit of a mafia problem.
Okay. Fair enough.
And the person behind the mafia also happens to be the person who was pretty much mayor for life of the city too.
Oh shit.
Like, not officially, of course, but
pretty much de facto, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty much like, you know, my outside of Netherlands experience.
Oh god. Okay.
In the Netherlands, honestly said, like, you know, naturally every country has corruption, but in Netherlands, it feels like, you know, it's the corruption lead. It's like the lead version. It's like, you know, when you compare it to some other countries, you're like, and I thought that was bad.
Bruh. Nah, over here, one of our local, like, let's see. Our premier, that's what it was, our premier. The premier, name was Gladys, that's right.
Prime Minister?
Nah, just premier, so state, not federal. Yeah. She was caught out on corruption charges, not once.
Wait a second, her name was Gladys?
Yeah. Gladys something. Gladys
that sounds like the murder robot from Portal.
Yeah. Pretty close, but yeah. Gladys Berejiklian. Yeah, she was caught out for 2 corruption charges. The first one got passed off because it was apparently her fiance's fault and not her own. The second one, they caught her pretty much full on, and yeah, she had to retire from the position. It was pretty bad, because yeah, imagine getting a corruption charge, then being able to pass it under the table.
Ooh.
But yeah, the second time round, she just got BTFO'd, and yeah. That was interesting.
Spicy.
Yeah, apart from that, we had, I think it was like our next premier or opposition leader or something like that, take a certain amount of interest in, how does one put it, a certain industry, and then tried to sign themselves off on that when they left office. You see, in America, you can do that and get away scot-free. In Australia, no, that's just illegal. You're not allowed to set yourself up with another company while you're in power and then get away with massive amounts of profit. And to boot, he was sending the equivalent of the secret police after YouTubers that were covering the situation.
Oh god, holy shit, that reminds me. I think that it was the Czechs where it was not the prime minister, or like, it was not a politician in the government. It was his girlfriend. Not his wife, his girlfriend, sending the secret service after his wife.
Oh god.
To spy on her.
Oh Jesus.
And him.
Amazing.
That was a thing too, and honestly said, I were like, holy shit.
But yeah, it was like...
meanwhile, in the Netherlands, do you know what incredible corruption did one of the mayors of the big cities in the Netherlands leave office for?
What'd they do?
She did corruption. She used a government car to go to the cinema.
Bruh. That's it? That did?
Yep. It was not cinema, it was actually a theater, and she used like a government car because her taxi didn't arrive or something. Huh? And that's what was quote-unquote corruption.
Huh? That's...
Because it was not an official government matter and she was spending taxpayer money for personal reasons. That's, in the Netherlands, that's seen as corruption.
At most, that's misuse of government assets, but... Aha.
Yep, and she quit office over that.
Oh, shit. That's taking responsibility for going to the theater.
Yep. She was asked to leave, and she actually did. She didn't have to. She just took responsibility. Really.
Oh. Okay.
Which is, yeah. Like, naturally, there are regions of the Netherlands where corruption takes a bit bigger form, really. But honestly said, Netherlands fairly okay country when it comes to this. Politicians taking responsibility. Meanwhile, when you look over a bunch of borders in Europe, you see, you know, perhaps someone like the Prime Minister using government money for his own company, and he refuses to quit office, saying that it was, you know, conflict of interests or something like that.
Yeah, we have some interesting conflicts of interest at the casino from time to time. Let's see. I think the funniest one that we run into is married couples over at the casino, for whatever reason. So, yeah. So one of the things that you can't do if you're on the gaming staff is you cannot send your partner onto break if you are, you know, like in a relationship, pretty much. So at one point when I came onto shift, I sat down at my table. I sat down for like 5 minutes. Then I was immediately taken off the table. They were like, "Oh yeah, we need you to swap places with this one other dealer. Those two dealers can't be next to each other because they're husband and wife." I'm just like, huh? So I shift over to the next table. I'm on that table for another 5 minutes, and they send me on to break, and I'm just like, you know what?
Interesting experience.
You know what? I'll take it. Fuck it. I'll take it.
GG.
Just like 10 minutes on shift, not even. You're on break now. Also, because of the position I was now in terms of tables, I actually got to go home early. So I was like, double bonus. Not only do I work less today, I work even less and go home early. Amazing. All because
that
of
sounds like a
goddamn
rich
married...
experience, the game.
Yeah, all because a damn married couple was there. Just like, bruh. Nah. Like, sometimes at the casino, you see people that are trying to have a vested interest in, investing in the company, so to speak, and they try to drum things up and whatnot. If not, yeah, you get people coming in and trying to defame stuff, like recently because another place, big name place, opened up and whatnot. Yeah. There's been a lot of back and forth, and if you understand certain languages, you can hear certain customers speaking either ill or speaking good about either casino. Speaking of which, being able to speak other languages and whatnot in a casino is a interesting affair, because then you realize how much cheating goes on.
Oh boy.
It's just like, I see. You were trying to speak in Vietnamese to get around the censors. Buddy, that's not gonna fly at my table. Oi, soup. Yep, this one's piggyback betting. Yeah, just watch the cameras. You'll see it. 5 minutes later, security just comes down. Yeah, we can't have you doing that. We want to keep our casino license, so, goodbye. Yeah.
Speaking a lot of languages sounds like a really interesting thing at a casino. At a bar, it was mostly just helping out patrons, giving them recommendations in their own language.
Fair enough. Like,
but beyond that, there is nothing to cheat at in a bar unless people try to leave without paying, and that doesn't really happen at luxury bars or Irish pubs.
Fair enough. Because yeah, over here it's like, if they're cheating or just swearing at the dealer or whatever, then yeah, you're allowed to kick them out immediately. Like, let's say in Vietnamese, if they give you the dulma, then that's fine. If they give you the dulma mate, then that's just like, oh, you're directing that at me. Oh, you can royally fuck off now, basically. So as long as it's not a directed swear, then yeah, they can get away with it. I've been sworn at least 5 or 6 different languages, sometimes on the same shift.
Oh boy!
That was an experience. It was like English, French, Italian, Vietnamese, Mandarin, Cantonese, and I think Korean. Yeah, that was all in the same shift.
Oh boy.
Yep. That was a fun one. Honestly. Oh, right. There was like, what's it called? Certain dialects thrown in as well. I'm pretty sure there was like Indonesian and Malay shoved in, and Singaporean. So you got the Shibai and you got the freaking Kontol as well. So that was fun. Just, yeah. One after another, I'm just like, do I have to call security again? I just chat with the supervisor. I'm like, can I call security? They just, they're like, do you want to call security? I'm like, I tap the 2 buttons that I need to on the terminal. Security comes down. It's like, yeah, tapping on security buttons fun sometimes. Hi.
Press the funny button.
Yes, press the funny button. We have
Marine brain activate press button.
Yeah. You get like 5. Let's see. You get 5 funny buttons to press, kinda. You get the button to warn security that there's a minor on the floor. So it's like, oh yeah, no one 18 or under, or no one under 18 is allowed on the floor, so kick them out. You have the button to like swap cards. You have the button to settle disputes via security footage. You have the button for cheating, and then you have the button for general security matters.
Shit, that sounds fancy. I want so many buttons too, damn.
Yeah, and first you have to press the surveillance button to begin with before you can access all of those options. But yeah, most of those are pretty funky. Like the dispute one needs to be followed up, and the rest of them all need to be followed up by a supervisor for the most part, yeah.
That sounds like being the casino leader could be a really interesting PC game.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
you know, how you have plenty of stuff like what was it called? Fucking Papers, Please.
Oh,
I wanted to say Glory to Arstotzka, but I couldn't remember the actual name.
Bloody hell. Glory to...
You have plenty of games like that, but I'm thinking like, damn, with how many buttons you have and how many things you have to pay attention to, you could really make a casino dealer game.
There are 180 pages worth of standard operating procedures. I think I don't have to remember about 60 pages worth. Because 60 pages is pertaining to like different casino games like roulette, blackjack, poker, and craps, I believe. And a couple of the others. But for the most part, yeah, we have a lot of bloody procedures. The training was about 40 exams spread out throughout like 6 weeks. So yeah, it was very intense training, and you had to learn a dumb amount of procedure. Like, those procedures to the point where, let's say, in the manual for craps, for example, there is literally a line that says, in the event of an act of God, enact the following.
What?
Yes, in the event of an act of God, enact the following. Void the game first, so none of the bets stand. Take back the dice, do this, and that. And I'm just like, we have things just for that? Huh? Why is shit this specific?
Damn, you never know when Jesus comes cheating in your casino.
That's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what it is. Like,
You
God
just like,
freaking damn it.
I'm just imagining you're like, dealing the cards and suddenly you're like, wait a minute, is that dude changing water into wine?
In the event of an act of God, please shut down your table. like that's probably one of the weirder ones. Apart from that, like, we have a lot of tiny little ones which are just kind of more etiquette kind of things, pretty much. Like etiquette and security related things. Like, if you ever see a dealer like swiping their hands around or opening and closing their hands, that's just to demonstrate clean hands. And that pretty much means, oh yeah, I'm not holding any chips or I'm not doing any funny business. And the experience of being a dealer is doing clean hands every 2 seconds almost. So imagine this. To do a full clean hands, lift both of your arms up and hold them perpendicular to your body and palms facing upwards. You then need to put your right hand over the top of your left hand, close it down. Then you need to swipe across, left to right, right to left. You need to then face up one of your palms, or you need to face up your right palm again, and then you need to face them downwards. So it's literally, actually no, it's the other way around. You need to face your left palm down and then face them both back upwards. The clean hands is literally swipe, swipe, or swipe, flick up. And then you can go about pressing on or grabbing chips again and touching equipment and whatnot. And you need to do that every 2 seconds. So the only thing about making a casino-related simulation game would be needing to simulate clean hands a bloody million times.
You would need to have, like, the clean hands button.
Slap clean hands.
Place. Yeah, just like, do the live 2D VTuber animation on your character doing the clean hands.
That was tempting at some point, but I realized there was way too much logistics.
It would be. Like, my model actually has the ability to raise my gun.
Oh, shit.
Wait, it's probably gonna look like I'm pointing at your face, but bear with me for a moment.
Oh, no. This is fine. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, now it looks like I'm showing you the gun light.
It's kind of like from that angle, it kind of looks like you're holding up like a snapper or like a really big fish, pretty much. Kinda.
Oh yeah, look how big one I caught. It looks a bit. There is still a lot of tweaking with the hands up. But for example, with all of my other guns, I actually have a shitload of sliders to make the guns fit perfectly in my hands.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So let me actually quickly demonstrate. Let me switch from the CZ brand to the AKS. Let's see. If I can move myself slight bit up, or you can move me slight bit up and then down again. But you will see the hand actually holding the straight grip.
Okay, there you go. Alright.
It's a pretty interesting system, and that's, for example, something that Hamu came up with.
Fair enough. Okay.
So you do find traces of Hamu everywhere.
Fair enough.
Also, this is the Krink I made a cursed variant of too, so that's an extra bit.
Fair enough. Because yeah. Like, let's see. Give it about a week or two, and I will be able to actually show clean hands on a model. But hi. That's just because I've got a 3D model in the works coming around pretty soon.
Oh, nice.
So yeah. If I have any kind of hand tracking ready by then yeah, I can just show that pretty easily. But yeah. Clean hands. Show it every 2 seconds, basically. If you touch something, show clean hands. If you're about to touch something, show clean hands. After you touch something, show clean hands. If you touch yourself in any way, show clean hands.
That sounds like you're gonna be doing clean hands on instinct all the time.
My girlfriend's called me out on it before, multiple times. Hi. It's just been, hi. It's like, oh, are you trying to keep your instincts? I'm like, come on, this happens. This just happens. Hi. Yeah, she was out to say it. If I'm not holding hands with her, if I touch something, I probably show clean hands. I've been called out by like some of the Sydney VTuber lot as well when we've met up. They were just like, that was like the most that was like the most dealer thing you could have done. I'm like, shit.
He does it. She's snitching on you in the chat now.
Yeah.
He does it when we aren't holding hands.
It happens. But such is the life of a dealer, because, yeah.
Oh. Such is the life of being a dealer, I guess. Yeah, but you can probably shove me back down so that I don't tower over you, though I'm used to towering over people.
Fair enough.
I'm way too fucking tall.
It's okay. But yeah. Clean hands is the dealer experience. Apart from that, memorizing a shit ton of procedure. Because here's another funky one. If you take chips out of your float or chips out of your storage basically, with your left hand, you have to pass them out with your right hand. If you receive chips with your right hand, you have to use your left hand to take chips out of the float and cut them down, and vice versa.
That's interesting.
The other thing is they teach you so that you have to be ambidextrous when dealing. It's kind of an ergonomics kind of thing. Because it's, at the same time, if you're using your full body for the range of motion, then you won't tire things or strain things out quite as much. So when you're dealing cards as well, you actually have to use both your hands in the same kind of motion, or else you'll strain your shoulders pretty badly. So you draw a card from the shoe, you pull it across from your left hand to your right hand and move continuously like that. And you just flow along. It's an odd kind of system that you eventually get used to, but yeah. Dealing, you can tell the difference between someone who's a newbie and someone who's been there for at least a year. Someone who's been there for a year, they're hecka smooth, like really smooth with dealing. People that have been there and it's like their first week, it's just like, oh god, their hands are shaking like hell. They are not ready for this. Like 6 weeks is not enough to prepare you for your first time on the floor, by far. And if you're given a game like Baccarat, where up to like 30 people can be sitting at, like, not necessarily sitting at the same table, but trying to play at the same table, if your first experience is dealing to 30 customers, you are going to have a time.
Oh boy.
My first experience was dealing to about 15 of them, and that was a time as it was.
Oh boy, I can imagine the panic from that.
Yeah, and then someone won a bet that was, let's see, 45 to 1 in terms of odds, and I was doing the math in my head, and I was like, right, there was a shortcut for this. Shit, I should use the shortcut. After about 30 seconds of thinking and staring at the bet, yeah. I was like, oh right, for 45 to 1, I only need to, for a $25 bet, I only need to pick one $25 chip, one $100 chip, and one $1,000 chip, because 45 to 1 is simply 1,125. One of each. That's your shortcut. And you learn little things like that after a while. And then they teach you the more complicated math, and then yeah, I wish I didn't have to learn some of that. I'm haunted by some of those. Like, if you ever tell me...
I just remember when I tormented my players by giving them a currency system for their naval campaign, nautical themed campaign. They were going through different countries, and I gave each one a different value currency system just to torment them.
Oh, this is like the silver coins debate out of any kind of medieval kind of setting. It's like, what's the purity of these silver coins? Is it higher? Is it lower? How many gold coins is this worth? Actually, how many of your country's gold coins is this worth, huh? How do we know you're not gold plating your coins? It
was very, very fun for me, and one of the the player which was taking care of the treasury in the end made like, a bookkeeping Excel sheet which was automated to convert everything.
Oh god.
Because every single time that they found like a pirate treasure, it was in 20 different currencies, and they were like, oh god, no!
Oh, that would make plenty of sense, honestly, but Jesus Christ. Yeah. Like, the worst thing I've done to my players in terms of finances is give them an entire country's worth of finances. It's just like, yeah.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, you're the new world order now. Time for bookkeeping.
And the party is like, let's make new characters and leave these characters doing this on like, auto.
They left one of the characters behind to do that, and then another party member just awakened some cats and taught them how to run the bank.
Awakened cats.
Yep, awakened cats were running the bank.
You know what? That's pretty interesting. I can get behind that.
Yeah, I let that one pass for that reason. I was like, you know what? I've given you the power of awakening. Yep, you can do that. You can do that. Fuck it, you can do that. Else we're gonna be here for the next 5 sessions, running the bank.
I hope that it didn't result in a catastrophic failure.
Okay, let's see. Where is it when I need it? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I have this rendered out somewhere. I need a very specific image for this kind of affair. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I had this saved in this folder. Was it a PNG? Might have been a PNG.
I'd like to remind that I'm armed and dangerous.
Oh, don't worry about it. Hi. Let's see. Wait, did I actually save this to this folder? Huh, I might not have. You might actually be spared. Yeah, huh. I surprisingly don't have this rendered out anywhere right now.
What was it actually?
A background that would have taken us outside for a moment. Yes. It is very convenient to have. The last time I did that, I made someone shovel their own grave. And proceed to finish off the interview by shooting them in the back. That was a fun one. Hi, there's actually a clip of that out there. Clip or a highlight? Hi. You know what? This one's the next best thing. I'm just going to have to rearrange where we are on screen, though. Hi, else it implies that I'm the one getting domed. So, hi.
Oh, I can raise the gun too, behind your back.
Bro. Oh, God. Hi.
If you put me behind you, with that gun, it's gonna look like I'm the one holding you hostage.
That's actually kind of appropriate considering what this background is. Like, if you know the movie that this is from...
I do.
Yep. This is very appropriate right now. Hi.
Oh yeah, let me take the shorter rifle. It's gonna look better that way.
Okay.
Wait a second. There we go.
Hi. I'll just slap you here. Move myself back over a little bit as well. And... Hi.
I find it funny that under me right now is the audience appeal part.
Yeah, that was a question I was going to get around to asking and probably finish off on, but... Hi, we'll do that in a bit. So,
yeah, don't worry.
Hi. You think making puns is some kind of sick joke? Is that what this is?
Joke's on you. My viewers are into them.
Fucking hell. Hi. I'm being held at gunpoint here. Hi. Ow.
I think that I also have, like, the high caliber revolver somewhere set up as an item scene.
A high cal revolver. My god.
It's the Chopper Rhino.
I see.
It's just for the memes. My audience already knows what I think about revolvers.
Hold up. What do you think about revolvers there, buddy?
They are extremely cool, but they are not that practical.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough.
It's like, a really cool gun to show off with. It's a really cool collector piece. It's not practical for practical applications unless you are in Japan, where they need the empty casings.
Ah. Fair enough. Because, the way I say revolvers is I really like the design of them and how ornate they are, but that is literally as a display piece. Function-wise...
Yeah.
Function-wise, my preferred handgun is probably a 5.7, if I'm honest. Hi.
Yeah. Low caliber, better for the noodle hands. High ammo capacity.
Yes, it is a very forgiving weapon for various reasons, as outlined. Apart from that, if I had to pick another firearm that I particularly like, it's just the Vector. That's about it. Chris Vector.
Oh god.
What?
Honestly said, the Vector is the fun gun.
Like, that
Not
thing.
necessarily a practical one. Again, the rate of fire is a bit too high, if you get me. Like, if you empty your magazine in less than a second, that's probably not what you want with a PDW.
Yeah, it's kind of like, so, do you want to fill this corridor for, half a second? Hold the trigger. Oh, you need to reload now, buddy. Yep, all of that ammo gone to waste. Hi.
Honestly said, with the present ammo prices, I can't imagine anyone wanting a Vector. Especially if they are the one paying for it.
Oh god. Let's see.
If I'm not paying for the ammo and I get some drum mags, oh, hell, give me a Vector. I'm gonna have some fun. Give me that MG42, I'm gonna totally fucking shoot all of that free ammo. But if it's something I would need to pay myself, nope.
Wait, if you had to pay something yourself, then what would you use then?
In what way?
Let's see.
If I had to pay for my own ammunition, what gun I would use? I already pay for my own ammo.
So what you've already got. Fair enough. Alright.
Yeah, I mean, 5.56 ammo prices aren't too bad. Same as 9mm. Same as 7.62 NATO. Like, those ammo calibers are, honestly said, in this country, it's pretty decent prices.
Alright.
Because a lot of the ammo is being made locally too. In munition plants, and, when there is no international incident of a certain foreign-sounding man trying to blow up a munitions factory, then it's pretty nice.
Alright, fair enough. You know what? I think I've got one good question for a final question right now, and it's probably going to be one that I will likely not use very often, but this seems like an appropriate one to use here. So, alright. So then, this is one that a lot of people tend to brainstorm in their spare time or when they need to daydream about something. And I don't know, for some reason it's thrown around a lot in the hospitality industry. So, if there was ever a zombie apocalypse happening, what is your plan?
So, first of all, pick up my kit. Which is pretty much semi on standby at my apartment. That wouldn't be too hard. Grab enough, pretty much grab what food I have at home, throw it into the kit, and get into my car, drive into the mountains to my mountain, to pretty much the hunting lodge we have with our family, and stay there.
Goddamn. Okay. We've already got...
I don't have a grand bunker, but again, a hunting lodge in the mountains is about as secure as you can get in the apocalypse, I'd say.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Okay. So what's the plan in the event? What's the plan in the event that you get raided, then, in which case? Some guys see your hunting lodge and, you know, they want a piece of that action.
I have a question. Do they have level 4 plates?
Let's see. So have you ever seen those videos where people buy body armor off of Wish? Or any of those weird websites? That's what they're equipped with. Do they stand a chance?
No. Well, first of all, good luck fucking getting to the hunting lodge.
Okay.
Because first of all, I feel like the tank of my car is full. It's theirs.
It's theirs?
And if they have a full tank, why would they go into that god-forgotten place in the mountains?
Nah, man. Clearly, they got desperate and just chose a direction and drove. And they thought they got lucky. Extremely lucky. They saw, oh my god, there's another car here already. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna have enough fuel. We're gonna make it, boys. We're gonna make it. They see the lights turn on in the hunting lodge. Shit, there's someone already here.
Honestly said, they wouldn't see the lights in the hunting lodge. They would probably see the gun light and they would hear... Mama.
Aye. Just... Wait. This is the wrong kind of white death. Like, crap, is there any food at that hunting lodge, or are you actually just going to have to go hunting?
Oh, no, they are the food! But honestly said, like, there is definitely some food which would last long.
Okay.
Probably wouldn't be ideal, but, like, honestly said, hunting would be pretty easy, I feel, during the zombie apocalypse, mostly because, like, some parts of Europe already have a problem that the people taking care of the forests.
Oh, okay.
There was a problem after Cold War ended, when pretty much Eastern and Western Europe was reunited.
Okay.
Hunters in Eastern Europe fed the animals way too fucking much to make them breed more. Because they wanted to expand the free hunting business in their countries, because that was very lucrative, since people from the West couldn't normally hunt in their countries. So they went to Eastern Europe and hunted there, and spent a good buck.
I see.
You see, the problem is this practice kind of continued within Eastern Europe, while the amount of people who go hunting went down.
Oh.
So there is way too many animals, which then are hungry, because they overbred. There is no predators, because the predators were replaced by humans.
Oh.
And so they go from the mountains and from the forests into the farms and lawns, and start destroying the shit of the farmers, who then are pissed because the farmers often do not have hunting licenses. Or it's not the hunting season, so they kind of just need to watch that animal, kind of try to scare it off and chase it away. And that's the only thing they can do until they get a permit to hunt them.
I see. Over here...
So, honestly said...
Yeah. Roughly the same.
Yeah. So I'm imagining that in the event of a fucking zombie apocalypse... Yeah, I'm imagining that if you have your own generator, fuel, if you are near a source of good, clean water, you would be able to hunt pretty easily, simply because the animals are gonna... There is not going to be any humans to regulate the animals.
Alright. Just zombies. Okay. Fair enough then,
Like, I feel like being out of civilization would be pretty much the best choice.
Because, yeah, like, when you think of different locations for, like, a zombie apocalypse to happen, For example, over here in Australia, anywhere on the coast is just going to be completely fucked. But then the further inland you get, the more hostile it is for any kind of zombie or animal to begin with. And if you're able to live inland, then yeah, you're perfectly fine. Like, if you wanted, you could live on a mountain peak next to a rainforest, and it's actually pretty self-sustaining over there.
Yeah, in Europe it would probably be worse simply because the population is denser. But at the same time, I feel like when you get out of the city areas and into the mountains where there aren't that great roads and it's in the middle of fucking wilderness, like once you need to pass, like, I mean, like 50 kilometers, 20 kilometers through pretty much almost pure nature and mountain hamlets, I feel like you're safe from the zombies because I don't think that zombies are great at land nav. I think that wild animals, you know, are on the way there. There is mountain peaks. They would need to climb a mountain, then go down the mountain, over a creek, up a mountain again. Once I feel like there is so many natural obstacles, I feel like, yeah, you're pretty safe as long as you can secure your own food, water, technically a power source, but when you think about it, power source is not that big of a need if you can use like a wood-fueled stove.
Oh, yeah.
It wouldn't be luxurious, but if you have like a wood-fueled boiler, coal-fueled boiler too, you can also have like, you know, your hot water.
Fair enough. Christ, we got raided right at the end of the interview, huh? I guess I'm elaborating on this scenario a fair bit more, huh?
I mean, you got still plenty of the questions which you sent me, which you didn't ask yet.
Yeah. I could shove those over as like a quick fire kind of round. Hi. Anyhow. Thanks for the raid, Akadi. Thanks for the raid. Just another round of Tower of Fantasy? And yeah, it does seem to be those hours where some of the Aussies are actually starting to finish up. Because we have this kind of thing when it comes to the Aussies, they all kind of finish up around midnight or an hour or two past midnight. And if you're the unlucky Aussie that is still awake at the time, you kind of tank all of the raids. This has happened on a couple too many occasions, but hi. Welcome to an interview. Our interviewee today is Whiskey Project. And
Hello.
We've been going for quite a while, actually. This is among one of the longer interviews that I've had, actually.
Funnily enough, this is normally the time, like, I normally start at 4 p.m. my time.
Oh, shit.
When
Okay.
it comes to my streams, so this is normally a time I would be streaming.
Fair enough. Anyhow. But let's get right into that particular question then. So, audience appeal. So, what kind of audience do you think you appeal to? And you know what? The audience can go ahead and answer this one as well. We'll see what the differences are.
Ooh, that's a good question. I'd say that's one of you. I'm one of the very few low number of VTubers with guns, and honestly said the tactical gear. And I feel like, I mean, there are definitely other people who know guns well, but I feel like my appeal is also the actual knowledge about the guns. I see Cocochino saying bullying bottoms.
Christ.
I tease people a lot. I'm very smug.
Okay.
Oh wow, Taislamao. Wow, fuck.
Hi. The one thing I noticed on your reference sheet was just straight up spats, that I'm just like, bruh.
What about them? What's your comment on them?
What's my comment on them? It takes certain things to make it work.
Does it work with me?
Yeah, it works fine. You have the more military vibe to begin with, so a more athletic kind of look does work. If it's just there for the sake of being there, then it's a bit oof, essentially. But yeah, it works fine.
But yeah, I'd say the gun knowledge. Playing some more rare games.
Okay.
And honestly said, this is a really hard question when I think about it more.
Your audience has a decent few answers, honestly. Let's see, guns, bullying, Rimmy, magnificent thighs, gun nuts, tactical equipment fanatics, VTuber enjoyers, spat enjoyers. God damn it, Artie.
I definitely know that a lot of the people who come to my streams are like, if actually, let me see if that changed. If you don't mind me quickly taking a glance into my Twitch analytics.
Oh no, go ahead. Like, the funny thing is I've had a range of people that give like either a general vibe to this kind of question, or people that straight up go right into the analytics. Actually, I think mainly the one that stood out was one person that more so streams on YouTube, and the moment I asked this question, they immediately just opened up their YouTube analytics. I'm just like, bruh.
Yeah. Honestly, I always called myself a European VTuber.
Okay.
Simply because of the time zone where I stream, and because, honestly said, I traveled a lot across Europe, so love the place.
Yeah, sounds like it.
But funnily enough, ever since, even when I, like, first debuted, a load of my viewers were always from USA. It was always a majority, it was always the biggest group. And from those, a large portion of my US viewers are gun owners, and sometimes even straight up soldiers.
Ah.
So I feel like people who are into guns just go there. In Europe, funnily enough, the country I am from, the Netherlands, is one of the minor groups in my streams, funnily enough. Despite me putting the Dutch tag on every fucking stream.
Fair enough.
It's actually the Mountain Dutch, which are the majority group out of Europe, the Germans.
Okay. Because, yeah, when I look on my end, it is largely US for whatever reason. I don't exactly stream at very US-friendly hours. After that, it's like Southeast Asia, then more or less just Australia and some surrounding areas. I don't stream very friendly European hours, unfortunately.
Honestly said, though, I need to say that the amount of Europeans in my streams actually steadily increased, because it began with United States and Canada in the top 2 at 43 and 6%.
Ooh. Okay.
With UK and Germany at 5%. That was when I debuted. Since then, it kind of fluctuated, with US being around 40%, then dropping to 38, 37, 36, 32.
Oh.
Now it's back up to 35, but with Germany growing to 10% and UK to 6%, and Canadians dropping to 4%, because I feel like I already collected all of the Canadian gun nuts.
You collected all the Canadian gun nuts. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I wanted to say all 5 of them, but it says 1,300 views, so maybe there is more.
Fair enough.
But like, when I compare all of that to Dutch views, I see only like 640 views from the Netherlands, and I'm like, bruh.
Man.
But then again, I guess that's kinda a given, considering how the Dutch look at the military.
Okay. Fair enough then, fair enough.
This is something which people very often have a misunderstanding about. Like, people often think that being in the military is some kind of really very good reputation job and stuff like that. Some Dutch people look at people serving in the military like people who live off taxpayer money and work a retail job.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's like, not a very popular job.
Yeah, I get that. Like, for me, some people out there would see a dealer as a very,
shady job.
Yeah, very shifty job. No, we have standards, thank you very much. We have a lot of standards. Too many standards, but yeah. It's kind of that feeling, Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when it comes to me, definitely people from the United States make up and will make up majority of my viewer base, probably.
Okay, okay.
Even though, again, I don't stream at the most of the at the friendliest of times for Americans.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's like either getting right to their nighttime or right to their morning, pretty much. Yeah, around this time's like their mornings.
Yeah.
Hi. But
From
yeah,
time
yeah.
to time, I do like a full day stream where I start on my morning and go through the day, but that's a rarity.
Yeah, like, I think, like, for me, I normally conk out after about 2 hours streaming. Normally, I just don't exactly have that much energy, so I just go like, yeah, I'm good. Goodbye. Goodbye. And then you get the occasional exception where either interviews drag along past the 2 hour mark, or, yeah, I just feel like doing an endurance stream for whatever reason.
My average stream length is 5.1 hours.
Oof.
I
Wow.
usually try to go 4 hours, but when I look onto my streams in the last month, I rarely went for less than 5 hours and a half. That one time I actually had really short stream. It was an hour 30 minutes. That was because my internet cut out during a storm.
Oh, yeah, I get some of those sometimes as well. Aussie net and all. Aussie net and all.
Aussie net, damn.
Tends to be
But
how
yeah.
it is. Tends to be how it is.
Like, I think that my longest stream was actually 36 hours.
Oh. Damn, alright.
I decided that if I'm gonna do a subathon, I do want to stay awake for the entire time.
Okay.
I would be terrified of sleeping on stream.
I have passed out on
Personally.
stream maybe once or twice.
Yeah.
Like, at most.
Also, it would feel, for me, it would feel unfair to my audience if I went for like a subathon and then slept on stream. Not working my ass off.
Fair enough. Let's see. It's
So
long...
instead of, I decided to kind of start morning one day, go through the entire 24 hours and then stream until my normal stream end time at like 8 p.m. my time. So it was full 36 hours, I think.
Okay. Because, yeah, I looked back at my own, and the longest I've done is like 8 hours, 45 minutes. I think that was like half a year into streaming. I was just like, you know what, screw it. Here you go. Here's your fake ass debut. That isn't really a debut, this is just me shitposting. Hi, there you go. 8.5 hours with me playing Mahjong for a good chunk of it.
Oh, nice. I think that I played a lot of different stuff during that stream. Actually, let me check. It's gonna be easy to find. Let's see. That's 25 hours. That's not the long one.
25? Wait. There's another one just casually sitting there.
It? Was it this one? What did I play? Never mind. I think that was the 24-hour Tarkov stream.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, for me, I can stomach Tarkov for like 2 hours at a time because, hi, getting domed by a PMC is a bit of a,
mood killer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mood killer.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was like a bit over 24 hours that stream, and that was just me doing Twitch drops on Tarkov.
Ooh.
Where's my freaking endurance stream? You know, normally it's really there it is, stream duration, mark it by stream duration. There we go.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, there it is. So I streamed Tarkov for 4 hours.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, there's the stream. There it is. Okay. Oh, holy fuck, that's a lot of games. Holy shit. Okay, never mind. So I started in Door Kickers 2 with Remy.
Okay.
After that, I had like an hour of just chatting. Then Pavlov VR to wake up a little bit.
Oh.
Then just chatting again. Then Wargame Red Dragon with Remy, where that was first time I played Wargame Red Dragon on stream, and I heli rushed Remy.
Oh gee. Wait, oi, first time and you're pulling a heli rush? You motherfucker.
Oh, that was actually also, I think that at that time, Remy thought I were a veteran Wargame Red Dragon player. I actually didn't know how to play the game, I only knew how to heli rush from a friend. Because he is the one who introduced me to the game.
Oh my
which
god.
was incredibly and yeah, that was the one tactic I knew that is gonna work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one tactic I know as well, because
Yeah.
hi, my experience on that game is just hit the heli rush. Just hit the heli rush.
Yeah. After that, it was really funny because Remy was thinking that I'm some kind of giga brain person who is gonna beat the heck out of him. So meanwhile, no, I just noticed that he hates entrenched infantry, so I just spammed that.
Oh dear.
After that, I did Genshin Impact, 100% orange juice, then a huge segment of chatting, then a huge segment of War Thunder for whatever reason my brain developed.
War Thunder. Oh boy. Yeah, for War Thunder, I never go past like the 4.0, 4.5 line, basically.
That's a based choice, honestly.
I want to stay in World War II, thank you very much.
After that was another segment of just chatting, which was actually me playing some web game with Rai. After that, more Genshin Impact. After that, I shifted through quite a lot of games, including... Oh god, I got so pissed off at that game. Helltaker.
Oh.
I went through all of Helltaker, pretty much all of it. I think that I didn't do like one level or two from the extra one, which was just incredibly sadistic.
I see.
The Exam Taker, I think, and I crossed all of Helltaker in a marathon in about let's see. I started on 11:00 and went until 13:20, so pretty much in 3 hours I went through all of Helltaker.
Goddamn. Alright.
After that, I pretty much rotated faster than light to wake up again and ended it off with 100% orange juice before just dropping that in bed.
100% オレンジジュース。はいはい。
Oh, nice. You know the game?
No, of course. It was one of the first things I streamed for a while, because we were trying to find a game which wouldn't have latency issues between like China, Singapore, and Australia. So yeah, it turned out that only a couple of games suited that mold. One of them was Left 4 Dead 2. The other one was, well, yeah, 100% orange juice. So,
100% orange juice.
So we just, we swapped between the two of those every other week, pretty much.
Nice.
It was like, oh, we're gonna clear one campaign from Left 4 Dead, and then we're gonna play a map on Orange Juice. We'll clear a campaign on Left 4 Dead, and then Orange Juice. And we just went back and forth, every week. Eventually we ran out of Left 4 Dead campaigns, so yeah, it was just Orange Juice for a bit till we found a new game, and we couldn't find a new game.
Damn.
Instead, all of the members there just ended up in the D&D session I ran, so we just treated the D&D as like the weekly affair, pretty much.
Honestly said, that's not a bad choice. D&D, after all, does not care about ping.
Yeah, D&D most definitely doesn't care about ping. Just that sometimes when some of the fellows on the Chinese side of things have to connect, VPN woes.
The only thing I can imagine being a WoW in Dungeons and Dragons is the wizard's decisions on what spell to cast having high ping.
Oh boy. The wizard we had got really self-conscious about dying after a while, and the second character was just a sorcerer with a ridiculous amount of constitution.
Oh boy!
Yep. The sorcerer managed to last all the way until the end.
Nice!
They were then used as a sacrifice to plug a hole of eldritch horrors.
Ow.
And frozen in stasis up in the sky to stop those eldritch horrors from coming through the hole.
Oh boy, GG.
Likely the start of the next campaign is just going to be what happens when he's no longer blocking the hole.
What happens when you run out of sorcerer?
Yes, pretty much. Because the thing was, throughout the campaign, that character went through a lot. Main thing being, I pretty much centered the fella as the protagonist almost, and The antagonist I just placed as the dude's father, quote unquote.
Ooh.
There were a lot of shenanigans, a ridiculous amount of shenanigans. Then it came to the point where I was like, I don't have a very good way of tying up this story. So let us introduce parallel universes. And that was the one thing which made things stick. Because then suddenly, having parallel universes meant that I could pull a lot of very, very weird plot threads in. One of them being that, oh yeah, your father isn't really your father is just you from a different universe.
Oh no!
Yep. And then certain endgame bosses were just characters from the party, just from different universes.
Damn, the evil twins.
Pretty much,
Honestly said, that's a pretty neat thing. That gives me a lot of idea on how to torment my players in the future in that horror campaign.
Because, yeah, the thing was, then they would be able to figure out what those particular characters' weaknesses are based on what their own perceived weaknesses were as well, pretty much. So if they knew this character had this capacity or capability, but not that capability, then they could exploit the living hell out of the other one. Like, it got to the point where the penultimate boss, they realized, oh wait, the penultimate boss is just me, but from a different universe. Therefore, he should be following the same rules, right? Right? Let's see, one of the characters...
That's a really cool idea.
Yeah,
honestly, it's my character. My players are gonna hate me soon.
But yeah, simply, one of the characters, their simple thing was, oh, they're not actually playing the character themselves, they are playing the mask. Because this mask just takes over a changeling and turns it into that character. They realized, hold up a second, this character is just me. Wait, doesn't that mean I can just get this mask ripped off my face, die, and then get the mask shoved onto that character's face, and then take over that character? And that's...
oh boy.
That is exactly how they defeated the penultimate boss.
Nice!
They killed a player character to revive him onto another character.
Oh boy.
Yep. And when I handed over the stat sheet and everything the guy needed to use, he was just like, oh, I see, I just have everything capped out. Oh. That was one hell of a boss, basically.
Nice.
Yep, as for the final boss, yeah, that was a lot of parallel universe shenanigans to get working. Yeah. That just ended in Eldritch Horror Hole being plugged up by said character. That character's been through a lot, been through way too much. Everything from being tempted by Eldritch Horrors to being reincarnated into different races, and then even being an ugly bastard at some point. God, why did we run with the ugly bastard plot thread? But yeah, that was a thing.
Oh boy.
It was a wild year and a half to do on stream, definitely.
Sounds like a fun group, though.
Yeah, all of them are definitely on the side of head and gutter. Head and gutter is the way I can describe that. I've had to fade things to black on multiple occasions to not get banned off of Twitch. Anyway.
Not safe for work happenings.
Anyhow, for this next one, it's a follow-up on the previous question. So what are your thoughts on community interactions off-stream? So for instance, do you have a Discord? Are you active on Twitter? How do you go about things yourself?
I do have a Discord. I'm not as active as I should be on that one, definitely. I wish I could be more active, do a bit more community stuff, but the main problem is that I'm also working a job and studying university.
You have pretty much the hellish trifactor that comes with... Yeah.
The unholy trinity of being a VTuber that works.
Yep. It's either you're stuck in a full-time job or you're studying and working part-time. So, yeah. As it happens.
Yeah, there is nothing I'm looking more forward to than being done with my studies and being done with this job and taking a half-time job instead to do while VTubing.
Like, Me, I finished my studies into COVID, and then there were just no jobs available in my industry. So I went freelance for a while, I even did talent production for a while, and then eventually the borders opened back up, and I was like, you know what? You know what? This place is hiring dealers. Let's try and be a dealer. That sounds fun. So I graduated in a degree in games design, or specifically games and interactivity. And yeah, I ended up in the wrong games industry, definitely. I could have been a game dev, a QA tester, or producer, or anything like that. Nope. Just a casino dealer.
Oh yeah, that aside, I'm also active on Twitter. Again, I should be a bit more active on Twitter too. But again, I do have the unholy combo, the unholy trinity of working online like this. So I'm sure that my followers will forgive me for that. But I definitely do plan to do more in the future on interacting with my audience. I definitely want to at some point just, you know, because it's not possible on Twitch, just watch some stuff with my followers on Discord.
Yeah.
I need to force Stargate on as many people as possible.
Oh my. Like, I think
I need to get a P90 modal and a Stargate uniform for my modal, and then watch Stargate like that, the ultimate fucking combo.
Christ. Let's see. I think, let's see, if there's one interesting thing to watch, I think there was a whole selection of just clips of different movies which made use of, let's see, did fairly accurate reproductions of guns and whatnot. There's like a whole playlist out there of just essentially gun porn in movies.
Oh boy, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I'd need to dredge up that playlist somewhere, but I'm pretty sure a mate of mine has that lying around. Because, let's say, personally, I'm not the massive gun nut in my group. I'm like, let's say, there's surface level where you only know what guns are called or what guns there are, kinda. And then there is the middle level, that's pretty much me. I'm just sitting on the middle where I know a bit more, and that's about it. The other guys are way down the rabbit hole, and that's why I've heard of this and that here and there.
You see, the funny part is when it comes to, like, you know, that tactical campaign I told you about with the guns. I'm pretty sure that by the time we are done with that campaign, all of the people in the group who are not full gun nuts yet, they will be at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just like the Singaporean pledge that you have to do. This is my wait, what was it? Let's see, something about swearing on your gun, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly said, if someone told me to swear on my gun, I would ask which one.
I don't know. Like,
which reminds me that I need to invest in a bigger gun locker because my guns don't fit in anymore.
Oh god, yeah, do that. That's kind of important, I would say. Yeah. Don't have loose firearms just kind of hanging around. Someone straight up asked, okay, which one? Which one would you actually pick?
My Bren. My CZ Bren. CZ Bren, my beautiful.
Fair enough. Alright. Anyhow. For this last particular question, most of the VTubers and content creators I've asked this one to generally have something similar to 3 answers to this. Pretty similar at least. I wonder if you're able to dodge all 3 of the common answers. For this one, it is definitely the most job interview-like question. Actually, I think it's the one question I dread the most in a job interview, but hi. What are your goals in the future?
I think that part of it was my answer to what does content creation mean to me. I feel like it was partially my my answer. I just honestly said if there is anything I want to achieve, it's just by growing bigger naturally to just make it okay for people to plug their hobbies into their VTuber design more, to put it in a funny way. Just a second. Sorry for that one.
I swear I heard a hit marker for a second there.
Oh, don't worry, it was not a hidden marker, that was someone knocking on the door.
Because I was like, wait, that was a hit marker sound. I was like, eh? Did I just get shot in the back?
To be fair, I would definitely get out of the 3 common answers there.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's like, damn, they know too much, it's time to sanitize the stream. Anyways, what I wanted to say is just, honestly said, I just want to have fun, see people in the stream have fun in the future, so I do want to improve on things which I definitely see as my flaws. Improve the stream quality, you know, the usual stuff, but I'd say my biggest goal is just to kind of help create my own little based portion of the VTubing community by just dragging them into the rabbit hole with me, by making it okay to just, like, as I said, if anyone wants to make a VTuber model with some non-traditional hobby, just fucking go for it. That's something which I want to see in the future, just more people going with their hobbies, which normally wouldn't be seen as appropriate. And by that, I don't mean anything lewd. I feel like that's already considered appropriate in the VTubing scene. That's way too, like, yeah, you get me.
Yeah, it's quite normalized. I think I've posted out way too many lewds recently, even. Anyway. Say based, huh? Based on what?
I'd say just based on their own tastes. Just, you know, don't like, you know, I see way too, this is something I see way too much. People just try to conform others' tastes out of fear of not doing well. But then you just see so obviously that they are not having that much fun with it. I feel like people are the most fun to watch when they are genuinely happy about what they are doing.
Fair enough. Also, you quite literally answered the question there when I said based on what. Jesus Christ, that was kind of just a joke there, but hi, fair enough.
I know that you were doing the joke, but
motherfucker,
you know what, I can counter that.
Hi. Anyhow. You did manage to dodge all 3 of the common answers, more or less. Like the first one kind of doesn't apply to you because yeah. First one's usually just reach Twitch partner or some kind of metrics based achievement, essentially. Done. In your case, done. The second one is they tend to want to do a 2.0 or like a remodel of some kind. As you mentioned, yeah, there's a lot of... I mean,
that's definitely planned, but I wouldn't say that that's like a big plan I would need to discuss. That's just gonna come naturally. As VTubers grow, they update their models, they improve on things.
Because as you mentioned, there was a lot of conformity at the start and whatnot. So a lot of more people are starting to come out a bit more with, well, a bit more honestly, so to speak.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'm so happy to see that, honestly. I'm proud of the community.
Fair enough then. As for the final one is just, they want to do ASMR content.
You see, people asked me to do that before. I still didn't do that. I'm not sure. I look at it, would I listen to myself doing ASMR? And the answer is, oh gods, no.
Believe me when I said I've probably accidentally triggered that on multiple occasions when I was still working on radio, but I blame the radio station. That's about it. As for the fellows in chat, they're just like gun cleaning ASMR.
I mean, that's definitely something I could do, but I feel like if I did that, it wouldn't be a stream, it would be just a recording. I'd slap that on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't think showing live firearms on stream is the safest thing to do, so to speak, at times.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah.
Another thing is, I really do not think I have good voice for ASMR.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Nor a good mic. I would need better audio setup.
Yeah, for myself, since I did work at a radio station, the first priority for me when streaming was just straight up microphone setup, audio setup, get proper wires and everything done up. Hi.
Oh, definitely agreed. I feel like audio is probably the most important thing when streaming. Which is why, honestly, it just kind of frustrated me, the mic which I started with, because, yeah, there is kind of big economic difference, and buying a good mic here is kinda a luxury, so that's definitely a thing, too. Yeah, if there was one thing I want to upgrade the most, it would probably be my audio setup.
Okay. Like, what are you currently running in terms of audio, then?
Blue Yeti.
I have a lot of things to say about the Blue Yeti, and not many of them very good, honestly, but I don't mind it.
Honestly said, I absolutely agree with you. I also have definitely complaints about the Blue Yeti, but the thing is, it was the best bang for buck when it came to the money I had saved up, so...
Yeah. Fair enough.
And I feel like it will... I feel like it's gonna be enough until I will be able to invest in a more expensive setup.
Fair enough. Blue Yeti is more or less like Babby's first mic, essentially. Like, whenever you look at...
I had first mic before that.
Oh god, what were you using before that?
Before that, I think, I'd rather not talk about it. It was horrible, and everyone heard every single time I touched my fucking desk, so...
Fair enough. As for myself, like, the one fellow in chat, which is definitely an audiophile, has already mentioned my microphone, pretty much. Hi.
AT2020?
Yeah, just running AT2020. Very much bang for buck. You can get these things pretty damn cheap.
Quickly check how much is it. Oh, hey, that's not too bad.
Yeah, like, it's definitely a bang for buck kind of microphone, and you can do a lot with it. It's the kind of microphone where if you really wanted to, it's a large diaphragm condenser mic, so you can go ahead and, like, record a cover if you really wanted to as well. Like, it's the kind of mic where doing a recording isn't the worst thing. On the other hand, if you're not much for recording, then yeah, the other suggestion that was just thrown in there, the Rode Pod mic, that works perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, I definitely want to improve my audio setup, but right now it's kinda bad time.
Like right
in Europe
now,
when it comes to finances.
Right now, your microphone, like your sound is still fine enough.
It's definitely something I want to improve, though.
Like, it is something that could be improved, definitely. Like, are you running any filters on right now or not?
Right now, not really. I used to run them on my old PC. I did some additional setup with the Yeti on my new one, but right now I'm still kind of moving all of my software from the old PC to the new PC very slowly.
Fair enough. Because the usual standard stuff is just apply an EQ of some kind, apply a compressor, limiter, and you're pretty much good to go. Unless you want any other funky effects, like, say, let's see, de-esser or oral exciter, either of those.
I do have some filters set up in OBS itself, but not on the mic separately, so I feel like my Discord is a little bit worse audio quality.
Oh no, it's perfectly fine. Discord has a couple of inbuilt stuff, just to make sure that people in Discord don't immediately blow out other people's ears. It's a standard protocol now for VoIP stuff, so any kind of voice over IP tends to have some kind of filtering attached to it just to make sure you don't murder people.
Nice.
Yeah, it's weird finding all of that out from my dad, of all people. Though, to be fair, the guy worked in communications and networking. But yeah. Interesting stuff. As for myself, I spent way too much time in audio engineering class just figuring out how half this bloody stuff works. And in a nutshell, it was just, hi, tweak it until it sounds good. Make sure that the effects trigger on time and not on a delay, or else everything is going to sound really, really funky.
Yes.
And if possible, hardware is amazing, but emulated plugins still work perfectly fine. And unless you're running something with like a crazy, insane setup, then yeah. Most people won't notice.
Yeah, I feel like within a month or two, I'm going to be doing probably a big audio upgrade if I will be able to afford it. But hilariously, right now, I'd say that audio improvements would be more important than modal updates.
Fair enough, yeah. And god fucking damn it, yeah, someone actually redeemed this, yeah. I limited it to 1, yeah, and I forgot to redeem it at the start of the stream, yeah, so go man, yeah. There's
it's
just gonna be
fine.
There's gonna be nyas attached to everything, fucking on, yeah. Anyway, yeah.
I think that if you look into some of my clips, actually, some of my YouTube videos have, like, you know, where someone changed me into a cat when I least wanted it.
Nyande.
I will need to, though, I will need to get the cat ears re-rigged and the fox ears re-rigged.
Fair enough.
Right now, the only toggle which I have enableable is this.
Horns, yeah. I see, yeah.
Yes. I can become horny.
Get out. Get the fuck out of here now. Why the fuck do you do that now? That's 3 strikes down now. All the damnable things now.
Honestly said, you are very, very fulfilling the first rule of behaving around people with guns. You want them to be entertained. This is very entertaining to watch.
Who's Sonya? Hey. This is why I probably should have just requested a revolver at some point, yeah. That would have been nice to have, yeah. Hey, instead the only time my character particularly has a gun, yeah, is when you see the gun emote, yeah. And that is a very specific gun, actually, yeah. Rather, it's
also, I need to say I did limit the puns today. Oh, come on, that was a thing to like, you know. You see, I can actually tell you why I know so many puns, or why I can come up with them on the spot so quickly.
Go on, yeah.
My English teacher loved them. It was a native speaker from Britain.
Okay, yeah.
And he said that if you know how to say puns and make up puns on the spot, you truly know the language.
They're not wrong, yeah. They're not wrong, yeah.
Which is why I know how to do puns in like 4 languages, 5 languages maybe.
Huh? Which languages now?
Well, English, Dutch, German, definitely the Slavic languages too.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I know some Japanese puns too. What I found fascinating is puns in Korean. I definitely don't know how to do puns in Korean.
Korean is a funky language, yeah. I don't have any grasp on Korean whatsoever, yeah. And that's after dealing with like the Korean gangsters that come to the casino as well, yeah. they're a funky bunch now. Like they actually like tried overturning a result of a game once now, and all I did was just call security just immediately on them. And they're like, hold up, we're gonna call our boys too. I'm just like, that's not how this works here now. You're being escorted out now, yeah.
No, I'm imagining it with the cat ears on and a flat stare.
I seen ya. I seen ya. Because one of the funny things is this outfit that I have here isn't actually too much different from what I actually have to wear at work, yeah. Like, what I wear at work is nowhere near as fancy, yeah, but it is like black vest, white dress shirt kind of a fan, yeah.
I mean, honestly said, I wear the same hoodie as my character pretty much all the time.
Ah. Fair enough, fair enough. You do have all the gear lying around for a reason, yeah. May as well put it to use, yeah.
Like, that's actually the other funny part, kind of like what inspired your design. The funny part is, originally when I was working on the model with my artist, with Jizzy, I had somewhat different ideas behind the design. For example, originally the character would look a bit further away from me, so yeah. It's kind of hilarious that since he switched from the original idea, or well, from a bunch of the original ideas, we had to... Well, originally he took a little bit different setup, but it actually struck pretty close to home, hilariously enough. Like, a lot of VTubers have characters completely different from themselves. You know how often people do, like, you know, those big crews, the VTuber versus the person behind them? I feel like I would make the most disappointing to pick.
Fair enough, fair enough. I think in my case, I would probably just post one of either me in cosplay or me in my uniform, and that'll do it. That'll do it.
It would be like, hey, I think those two people work at the same place!
Hey. Anyhow. That more or less wraps up the interview then.
Thanks for having me around.
No, thank you. This one was quite an enjoyable one, actually. Hi.
With the exceptions of the puns, I guess.
You had 3 strikes. And you blew all 3 of them.
Honestly said, if you threatened me, you know, to do the take out in the back and shoot, I feel like you would hear Bay more. Oh god. I need to go and find where that background is, or where I left that particular background at some point. I also have a bunch of nice backgrounds, like an empty warehouse to take people to. Hey.
I
also have duct tape hands.
Duct tape hands?
Yep.
Huh. Interesting.
I can pull out and hold out duct tape towards the viewer.
Right. Fair enough, I guess.
Yes.
Fair enough. Alright. I've got my raid target then. Hi. Anyhow, once again. Thanks for the interview.
You're absolutely welcome. Also, it seems that your viewers would like you to suffer more.
Yeah. A good chunk of them. How does one put it? In simple terms, I'm more so like a Tsukomi, so more so the reactionary kind. Do a lot better if someone is causing direct suffering. Hi. So yeah, that's just how it tends to be.
Imagine being held at a gunpoint, forced to suffer someone's puns over and over again.
Yeah. I totally don't have a gun pointed at my back right now. Right? That's pointed to the side, right?
No.
I see. Well then. Let's send these guys off then.
Very well.
Once again, thank you. I am going to hope that there aren't any gun noises that follow up after this.
You're absolutely welcome.
Alright.